Alright, we'll try that again and we'll see what happens. I think I've got everybody. How does this look? Alright, you're up and running. And then, come on. This is... Alright. Still do not understand why it takes forever for YouTube to actually pick up what I'm actually saying there. Twitch, no problem. YouTube takes forever to actually do anything. That being said, I mean, that might explain why, you know, somebody is streaming on both YouTube and Twitch at the same time. People usually end up going to Twitch instead because it's... Come on. There we go. Because it always picks up faster or whatever. Also might explain why Critical Role, when they're streaming on Twitch and YouTube, they have that like 15-minute pre-roll and whatever, so people can do stuff ahead of time and what has you. Anyway. Got that sorted out. Oh, good lord, this happened again. Properties, how the hell? I fixed you before. Apply. Hit OK. Hit OK. And I guess this is why people like to have their stream going, you know, because if I'm sitting normally at my desk, the monitor I want is that way. The current setup, I'm facing this way. I probably should do it the other way around, but that's a larger monitor. This is a smaller monitor. Just because I don't have a flat, basically a table for a desk. I have I have the old style computer desk, which was designed for, a CRT monitor to be sitting here, and they wanted enough room for a decent sized CRT monitor, 17-inch or whatever. At that point, that was a big monitor. And then the section off to your side, for a printer or a fax machine or whatever else. Pardon me. But modern computers, modern setups, I should say, aren't dealing with a CRT here, and then other devices that need a fair amount of room here. They're dealing with 2, 3, or more monitor setups, which are flat screen and therefore don't need a lot of space. Anywho, all that being said, I went from, hey, I'm ready to go, let's get started a little early, to, great, my system decided to crash, now I'm late. I can kill that. So, tonight we're doing Born of the Gods, which always felt to me like the name of a second set. Like, Theros, Born of the Gods, Journey into Nyx. Born of the Gods to me always felt like it should be the name of the third set. But unfortunately, storyline has it the other way around. Xenagos is now trying to do, and at some point actually becomes a god. Xenagos was a satyr that spent, that basically grew up on, uh, on Theros. It's what he knew. And then he basically looked, he became, he sparked. He started planeswalking. He looked around and saw how meaningless his life was. He's like, I'm going to do something about that. And his decision was, I'm going to become a god. Now, the modern day equivalent of that, sorry, I shouldn't say modern day, but like, that's like saying, my life, this is like looking at your life and going, my life is pretty crap. And then deciding that you want to be, Prime Minister of Great Britain, or, La Présidente de la France, or whatever. Someone in charge of like an entire nation and aiming towards that as your goal. He was planeswalking. He's already got a lot going on for him, and he's decided, well, that's still not enough. I'm still, destiny is still something that's been prescribed to me and stuff like that. And it's like, I don't want that. And so yeah, so that's what he decided. And so he became a god. And this is where Born of the Gods comes in. And we end up with, if you go through what was in Theros, the number one thing in Theros that we saw was the... Oh, what were you called? Drawing a blank on the name of the mechanic. I think it was just heroic, wasn't it? Yeah. We got heroic. We got to, yeah, we had heroic. We saw bestow. We saw monstrous. And then we saw things that related to, well, the gods themselves. So now we're going to have more heroic stuff. We're going to have more bestow. We're going to have more god stuff. But we also get this ability now popping up called inspired. And if something has the inspired ability, it cares about going from being tapped to untapped. So if it's tapped at the, when your turn is about to start, you untap it, that's when it becomes, I'm inspired! But, as you may or may not realize, there are other ways to untap your permanents other than just the start of your, at the start of your turn. There are spells you can cast that can untap your creatures. There are abilities of enchantments and artifacts and what have you that can say, hey, untap your stuff, untap your things. And sometimes it's like Prophet of Crucifix, who or Seedborn Muse that say at the start of everybody's turn, untap your stuff. And rather than just at the start of your run, at the start of every player's turn, you untap your stuff. There are cards that say, when this enters, untap a thing, or tap or untap a thing, or I cast a spell, I untap or tap or untap certain things, and so on and so forth. So there are many ways to untap things, other than just your untap step. But that's the one everyone's got access to. But we're talking about Commander. Everybody's got ways to untap in more ways than just one. In fact, there's at least one mono red combo that I can think of that allows you to consistently tap two. One's 2 red cards, and one is a red card plus a colorless artifact that basically allow you to tap. I tap this, and then I untap it, and the tapping makes a token copy of a thing, but that untaps this, and I end up with an infinite number of hasty tokens. The first one would be either alright, okay, fine. Thank you. There we go. The first one is Kiki-Jiki Mirror Breaker and Zealous Conscripts. And Zealous Conscripts can Kiki-Jiki can actually be replaced with Splinter Twin. And actually, maybe I should do that instead. But in this case, we'll stick with Kiki-Jiki for the time being. It's a 5 mana 2/2 goblin, goblin shaman legend with haste. And his ability is you tap him, you make a token of any non-legendary creature that you control. So in this case, make a token copy of Zealous Conscripts. That token has haste, and you sack the token at the end of turn. Zealous Conscripts is a 5 mana 3/3 with haste. When it enters, gain control of target permanent until end of turn. Untap that permanent, gains haste till end of turn. Like, okay. What you do is when Zealous Conscripts enters, you say, I'm going to gain control of Kiki-Jiki. Okay, but you already control it. That doesn't stop you from gaining more control of it. It's kind of like saying, I'm going to tap your land. Well, it's already tapped, so it doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything obvious. So what's the next line say? Untap that permanent. So you use that to untap Kiki-Jiki. It gains haste until end of turn. Well, he already has haste, giving him haste again. Doesn't matter in this case. Sometimes it does. But what that allows you to do is now that Kiki-Jiki is untapped, you can go tap, I'm going to make a copy of Zealous Conscripts. So a token copy of Zealous Conscripts comes into play. And you do the same thing. Gain control doesn't do anything visible. Giving it haste doesn't do anything visible. Untapping it does. You untap Kiki Jiki, tap, make another token. And you eventually end up with a suite of, you end up with an army of Zealous Conscripts, all of which are untapped, all of which have haste. So you just make an infinite number of tokens and you flood the board. Alright. Second option works in a similar manner. Except this is now Splinter Twin. And there is a deck. There is a historical deck for Modern called Splinter Twin, based around this premise. And Kiki Jiki was there to be like an additional copy of Splinter Twin. You have 4 Splinter Twins and then 1 or 2 Kiki Jikis, just so you've got additional copies of the effect. And Zealous Conscripts was actually like, I need more copies of this ability, etc., etc. Splinter Twin gives the ability, it gives a similar ability to what Kiki Jiki has to the creature this enchants. So you enchant Zealous Conscripts with Splinter Twin. You tap the Zealous Conscripts, make a token that's a copy of Zealous Conscripts, untap the original creature. Before you were untapping Kiki Jiki, now you're untapping the creature that's got Splinter Twin attached to it. And you do the same routine, and you make a trillion copies of Zealous Conscripts, and you go from there. The other way to do this that I can think of that you can throw into a mono red deck Kiki Jiki won't work for this. But so you need Splinter Twin, but you can replace Zealous Conscripts with Battered Golem. Well, what does Battered Golem do? It's a 3 mana, 3/2. Doesn't untap normally. Whenever an artifact enters under your control, you may untap Battered Golem. So you put Splinter Twin on the Golem, you tap the Golem. It's an artifact creature, so an artifact creature that's a copy of Battered Golem enters, allowing you to untap the Battered Golem. This token also has haste, incidentally, because Splinter Twin gave it that. And you do the same routine. You just make a trillion copies of Battered Golem instead of Zealous Conscripts or whatever else. But you have the ability to do this in a mono red deck, and you've got at least 2 cards that can slot in each category. Again, Kiki Jiki doesn't work with Battered Golem because you need something that can untap Kiki Jiki. But Splinter Twin will work with all of them. So, now I'm trying to remember why I was talking about Kiki combo. And I have completely drawn a blank. That never happens, ever, in any such... No. So, But yeah, so mono red has got at least 2 infinite combos available. I literally don't remember what I was saying. You know what? I just realized there's a thing I can do, which I just realized is hilarious. Give me a moment here. This is YouTube. Oh, yes. Now I remember. Right. I was talking about untapping your stuff on, other ways to untap your stuff. And red does have ways to do it. They're unusual sometimes, but it has ways to undo it. Usually based around something like Zealous Conscripts that says gain control of a thing and untap it. But it's got ways. And so Inspired basically says whenever I become untapped, i.e. the creature that's got Inspired on it, you have an option to do a thing. So, as an example, just because it's on my screen right now, God-Favored General. It's a 2 mana 1/1. Whenever it becomes untapped, you can pay white +2. If you do, make 2 1/1 soldier enchantment creature tokens. Well, who else has got Inspired here? Orozco's Sun Guide. Whenever it becomes untapped, gain 2 life. And if you've got ways to continually untap your stuff, you could just end up turning that into like a bunch of life gain. Who else has got? I don't see anybody else on here at the moment, but where was it? Yes, okay. I remember that. Anyway. I also just realized stream settings. Did I actually tell me I actually did this? Yes, I did. Okay, good. Sorry. When my computer decides to act funny and it's like I have to restart and then figure out why it's not restarting. Have to check and make sure things look right. Anywho, so Born of the Gods. Step 1. Great Heart. Honestly, Great Heart doesn't look, shall we say, great. It is not unusual for white at common, but at by around this point, its default creature size is going to be, for a 4 mana creature, it's going to be a 2/4. If it's a vanilla creature, it's going to be a 2/4. Rarely it's a 2. Rarely it's like a 3/3 or maybe a 1/5, or you might get to like a 0/8 or something. But realistically, you're looking at a 2/4 is the most typical size for a vanilla white creature. Which means if you look this up on Scryfall Tagger, you are going to find a lot of things that ends up being comparable to, foot soldiers, pillar field ox, and if you actually do the search for it, you will find a lot of other cards that are, is vanilla, ID equal white, mana value equal 4, mana 3. You take a look at them. Foot Soldiers, Great Heart. Actually, yeah, Pillar Field Ox. Sorry, I shouldn't be surprised that I'm wrong per se. I should be surprised that I'm more surprised that there's only, like, there's only 3 of them. We've got 2/2/5s. We've got a 4/2, which is unusual for white. We've got 3/3/3s, which is something I more expect out of red, although that might also be because I'm thinking about Hill Giant. We got a pair of 2/5s, and we've got a 1/5, which is comparable to, which is what I was saying before. It's comparable to a 2/4 once you take the stats and you start moving them around. Like, basically, if you think about a 3/3, 3 plus 3 is 6. So power plus toughness equals 6. And for a vanilla creature, just look at the stats in the bottom right corner and add them together. 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 7, 6, 6, 7, 8, 8, 6. Most of these add up to 6. If you want something really defensive, you want Looming Allosaur and Kamiavold Stone because those add up to 8. If you want something a little, a little bit beefier in the front end part, still high toughness but a little beefier, then you go with Dutiful Servants or Ironclad Crowrod because those add up to 7 and it's 2 power. And after that, you're looking at 2 4s. And then you get like 3 3s when you want the stats to be fairly even. But wow, I thought, oh, you know what I bet it is? I'll bet the ones I'm thinking of aren't vanilla. What about if I go French vanilla? Does that work the way I want it to? Yes. And we will sort by toughness. 4 mana. Three 5 defender, 1/5, 2/5 with Outlast, 3/5 3/5 vigilance. Oh, right. But then I was looking at they were words. They were typically common. 1/5, 2/5, 2/4 for the McKindy Griffin. Let of Guardian with Convoke. Wow. Less common than I expected. Okay. That's kind of weird. Huh. Okay. My default assumption for a 4 mana vanilla common creature is apparently wrong. 2/4 is not unusual, but it's not the most common. Interesting. That being said, the number one, if I'm playing it because it's a vanilla, I shouldn't be playing this. I should be looking at the 2/5s. I should be looking at 1/5. Well, not 1/5s. If I'm looking at 1/5s, I should be looking at the 1/7s first. Or more reasonably, I should be looking at the 3/3s because that 4th point of toughness, I mean, it'll make a difference sometimes if you want to bypass stuff like Lightning Bolt and Abrade, then yes, you want a 2/4. But if you want something that's comparable to, but if you want something that's reasonable, like a 3/3 in general is going to be a better creature than a 2/4 in general, because that 3rd point of power makes a lot more difference. Anyway, but yeah, the Great Heart, probably the number one reason to play it is it's an elk. What's Christopher Miller made? He might have actually built enough to... Oh, wow. he's actually built enough that you could actually build a deck based on him. Is commander. Mono white, not unreasonable. Ah, wow. You have options in any color but red. And then what have I got for... You have at least one basic land. I would probably go white-green because that also gives me Wooded Bastion to play with. If I really want to try and... I mean, going Absent isn't unrealistic. What do we got for anything mana fixing? I don't see anything mana fixing. Okay. Yeah, you're going to have to play it straight. You don't even get like a Soul Ring or something. But you could put in a Christopher Miller deck, and then it's probably like mono white is not unreasonable. So, yeah, stuff of that nature is the reason why you're playing it. Ornithark. 5 mana for a 3/3 flyer with Tribute 2. Oh yeah, Tribute's also an interesting ability that's come out during this block, and was it this set or was it last set? I don't remember. Tribute, in my opinion, if you're playing Commander, the best card to play with cards that had Tribute. You want to slip into green and have doubling season. However, you can take doubling season and split it in half. And it doesn't necessarily have to be twice as many. Even +1 is a lot. And you could have 2 cards that each have, half the effect, and it would still be fine. One that says if something would get counters, it gets more than the number, it gets that many +1 or twice as many or whatever. And if you would create tokens, create additional tokens. Off the top of my head, I know white can do additional tokens. I'm not currently aware of any that give additional counters in white. I know they exist in black, and I know they exist in green. I'm not positive they exist in white. I don't know if they... You know what? Let's just do a real quick search. Hardened scales. Tagger. What would the tag for? Oh, counter increaser. Thank you. Pop out here. Oh, wow. Double the number of each kind of counter on target permanent. Double the number of each kind of counter you have. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay, sort by cooler. When it becomes tapped, you'll end a turn 4 or more counters will be that many +1. If that many +1, that many +1. Okay. So you're in Star Trek, so you are not out. So the first one's not out yet. But Lazov, Lacus Champion, and Prairie Dog both exist. And as for colorless, you're in Ether Drift Commander, so you would work. Sack a token, double number of counters on target creature. Whenever this time. Nope. Nope. Potentially. Alright, so there's a few cards you can play. to increase the number of cards, or increase the number of counters in mono white. So you can split Doubling Season in two. And sure, doing so you might only get +1 counter, but you could get many more tokens. That's the easy part. And Ornitharch, if you do that, and you have Doubling Season or a counter increase, or some kind of counter increaser and some kind of some sort of token increaser in play, then the tribute becomes much more powerful. And then it starts becoming more of a choice. So you need enough stuff to make it worthwhile. Also, the ability to move around counters is not to be, overlooked. That is a thing that you can do in Magic. And sometimes moving a counter from one place to another can result in more counters than you originally were dealing with. So, Ornitharch, just on the surface, 5 mana, 3/3 Archon with flying. As it enters, not when it enters, as it enters. That makes a difference. An opponent, and you get to choose who, gets to decide whether or not they pay tribute. If they do, this gets 2+1/+1 counters and becomes a 5/5 flyer, which is fine. And if tribute is not paid, you get 2 1/1 birds instead. So it's kind of like Fabricate. What was the name of that card? Keyword Fabricate. Angel of Invention. Other creatures you control get +1/+1. This is another way to make it work for you. Other creatures you control get +1/+1. Fabricate 2. When it enters, you either put 2 counters on this, or you make 2 1/1 servos. The difference here is that that one of your opponents is deciding whether or not you get the counters or you get the tokens. And relevantly here, the tokens have flying. So in a situation where you've got an effect like Glorious Anthem, or more realistically, what do you call it? Favorable Winds, I think it's called. I want to say it's Favorable Winds I'm thinking of. Favorable Winds. Yes. If you have an effect like Favorable Winds, which gives all your flyers +1/+1, they're probably more likely to give you the +1/+1 counters and deal with a 5/5 rather than a 4/4 and 2 2/2s. So that's probably more likely. So, yeah, if you have ways to make this to do this in such ways that your opponent is going to give you the choice that you want, then obviously it's better. That being said, like straight up, I probably wouldn't bother playing it, because giving your opponent a choice is generally a bad idea. That being said, this is Commander. There's often discussion at the table saying, tell you, if I choose you for this and you give me X, I won't attack you for the I won't attack you for the next turn cycle, or some kind of discussion like that. That's, a discussion of that nature is not an unreasonable thing happen. Or you go, or hey, tell you what, you give me the tokens, and on my next turn, I'm going to attack this guy. Hey, I heard that. Yeah, okay. What are you gonna do about it? I'll give you the tokens, you attack him. And I'll give you haste. Wait, what? Now that's a tempting offer if I've heard one. Etc., etc. Shenanigans. This much more, much better if you are more willing to deal with, having discussions with people and hey, let's try and figure out, if you're into the politics sort of thing, cards like Ornitharch are great. If you're not into that sort of thing, or you want something that's just going to be consistent, I would generally play Sarah Angel over that in most cases. But if you're all quite happy with dealing with politics, play Ornitharch. You'll enjoy it. Elite Skirmisher, 3 mana for a 3/1, which sounds really bad considering that you should be able to get a 3/1 for 2 mana. Heroic, whenever you cast a spell that targets this creature, you may tap target creature. That is not necessarily a drawback considering what else is in the set. However, I wouldn't, again, a 3 mana creature, you should be getting better than a 3/1. Even at common, you should be getting better than a 3/1. A 3/2 I might see. Because keep in mind, Alpha gave us Savannah Lions, which was a 2/1 for 1 at rare. It has since been downshifted down to common. Blade of the Sixth Pride came out in, I want to say Planar Chaos? No, Future Sight. And for 1 more mana over Savannah Lions, because we still thought Savannah Lions should be higher than common. We got a 3/1 for 2 mana. And that was kind of our baseline for that at that point. We were, however, quite happy to have a 1/2 for 1 mana. So a 3/1 by that point, for 2 mana at the as our baseline. The the triggered ability has to be worth the fact that it costs an extra mana. Whenever you cast a spell that targets this creature, you may tap target creature. I think in a limited format, that's fine. And that's probably how they costed it. In any other format, you don't care because you would rather kill the creature rather than tap it. So realistically, I see this being an okay card, but not one anybody should jump out of there, jump up and down for. Unless, of course, you're building around Heroic. I will also point out that it says whenever you cast a spell that targets it, you may tap target creature. If you're building around Inspired, this also allows you a way to, I'll target this and tap down my Inspired creature so that next turn I can untap it. But realistically, if I'm doing something like that, I want effects like Leon and Bola or or opposition or Viridian Longbow or something of that nature that gives my creature an ability where I want to tap it for a reason, not just as the effect of something else. So I would pass on that. Hold at Bay. If you are considering Hold at Bay, your deck should be based around damage prevention. A creature that has this kind of ability as a activated ability, you're generally looking at a 2 mana 1/1 that does tap prevent 1. To pay this cost and prevent up to 7 damage is a lot. It has to be prevent to the same target, but that's a lot. This is the kind of card where it's like, well, okay, actually, let me back up a bit. You shouldn't necessarily be based around damage prevention, but you want some amount of damage prevention in your deck. You're not, for some reason or other, and there may be a reason, Hexproof won't do it, and Indestructible won't do it. And there are cards that I remove all abilities from whatever what's that? There's a Wrath that's in standard right now. That removes all abilities. Lose all abilities. Final Showdown does it. That's not the one I was thinking of. What's the one? Day of the Black Sun. Day of the Black Sun is the one I'm thinking of. Each creature mana value extra less loses all abilities till end of turn. Destroy those creatures. That's the card I'm thinking of, and that will, that an effect of that nature that makes all creatures lose their abilities and then deals damage to them. Hold at Bay will still quite often keep your creature alive. There, Hour of Devastation. All creatures lose indestructible till end of turn. Hour of Devastation deals 5 damage to each creature and each non-bolus planeswalker. So, a card like Hold at Bay will keep a creature alive that would die from Hour of Devastation. Exterminatus. So yeah. So usually giving your stuff indestructible or whatever turn will keep stuff around. But if you know you're playing against people that are likely to have answers to that, a card like Hold at Bay might actually be worth packing in your deck somewhere. Excoriate. 4 mana sorcery. Exile target tapped creature. Um, has been power crept. I think you can get this for as little as 2 mana now. It might even be an instant buy now. Let me see if I can find it. Expel 3 mana. Oh wow, is that it? I think that might be it. Sort by color. Johnny's response can bring it down to 2. Banishing / 2 mana sorcery. Cloud's Limit Break, 2 mana instant. Deadly Riposte, no. Okay, yeah. Nowadays, not unreasonable to get it for 2 mana. I would generally say that 3 mana should be your default assumption, and 2 mana is quite reasonable. Oh, wow. Runic Shot can do it for a single white as a sorcery. Wow. It's got a blue kicker, so it's a white-blue card for commander purposes, but still. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, assume somewhere. I think 2 might be the more appropriate assumption now. So, don't play Excoriate unless you really need to. If you're playing Excoriate, probably the number one reason you're doing it is budget, and I still would see if I can. That's 5 cents. Chances are you can find a better option still at that price point. As far as Radiance, 1 white, enchant creature. Enchant creature has white +1 tap. So pay 2 and tap the enchanted creature. Gain 3 life. What I would want this. Oh, cool. What I would want this on is a creature that can untap itself. It doesn't necessarily have to have an easy cost to untap itself, but I want it to have a way to untap itself. Even if it's like, you put it on a artifact creature and, that says like pay 3 : untap target artifact creature or whatever. And then you just go, okay, so for every 5 mana I pump into it, I gain 3 life. That would still be useful for a lot of decks. Sometimes cool at the end of your turn, I'm gonna pay 5 mana and gain 3 life. If you build around that, you'll probably be fine. And keep in mind, gaining life in and of itself doesn't win you the game. It helps slow down your ability to lose, but it doesn't help you win. And that is the thing I constantly have to drive home to people. Gaining life does not help you win. It slows down your ability to lose. And that's 2 very different things. It might, doing that, because the other thing is, keep in mind, doing that like 5 times, sure, I gained 15 life, might save you a turn over the course of the game. So, do I have a thing here for... Not that I can see quickly and easily. Oh, that's... What? Remove from this list. Okay, I don't see a thing quickly. Alright. Anywho. But yeah, obviously your best bet for a deck like this as well is a deck that wants to that actually actively wants to gain life. Well, what do I mean by that? There are decks that actually care about wanting to gain life using cards like Johnny's Pridemate and Essence Chandler and Aerith Gainsborough and whatnot, because anytime you gain life, they get bigger. Or there's cards that are like whenever you gain life, your opponents lose life. Or whenever you gain life, well, Lost Dreams, whenever you gain life, you may pay mana up to the amount of life you just gained. If you do, draw that many cards, etc., etc., etc. So and plus having extra life, if you have a card like Book of Wrath. Book of Wrath is a 6-mana artifact. It sounds expensive. It's a 6-mana artifact. Pay 2 mana and 2 life to draw a card. But it's pay 2 mana and 2 life, colon. There's no tap or anything involved. So as long as you've got the life available, you could, I'll pay 10 mana and 10 life and I'll draw 5 more cards. Do you know how many decks would just jump in on that? So, having the ability to use your life as a resource, this gives you more life that you can use as a resource. So, if you are based on that kind of concept, something like a Fire's Radiance might not be bad, because gaining 3 life a turn, 3 life is not unreasonable. And especially, like I said, especially if you've got some kind of way to untap it. Famished Paladin. 2 mana for a 3/3, doesn't untap normally. Whenever you gain life, untap this creature. So, 2 to cast. Turn 3. You've got a 3/3 that, okay, and you just sit there and you use that 3/3, and it's like, okay, I'll play this, and then I'll attack for 3. Actually, no, that doesn't work. I will, well, maybe you've got a way to give it vigilance. Attack for 3. Tap my creature. Gain 3 life. And then if it gets to the point where I can't attack usefully with it, cool. I tap, I'll gain 3 life. That allows me to untap it. Hey, I've got 2 more mana. Tap, gain 3 life, untap it. At some point, you can just gain like 6, 6, 9, 12 life a turn, just because you've got random extra mana floating around. And if that life actually has a use for you in your deck, go ahead. If you're just using it just to gain life and that extra life doesn't actually do anything useful for you, don't bother. Griffin Dreamfinder. 5 mana for a 1/4 flyer, so that averages to a 2/3 So you should be looking around, well, knock 2 mana off the price of this. 2 white plus 1 for a 2/3 flyer. When it enters, return target enchantment card from your graveyard to your hand. There's a lot of enchantments in this block. It is a very important theme to Theros. In part because the gods are enchantment creatures. They are, if you want to think about it this way, magic given form. Magic given form and intelligence and feeling and so forth. So, if you want to think about it that way, that's how you can. And this also comes from, asking about devotion. If you look at, let me just rewind a moment. All right. There we go. Open link in new tab. Mogus got a slaughter. He's too popular, so we won't be talking about him normally. But as long as your devotion to black and red is less than 7, he's not a creature. He's just a concept. Devotion is how many pips in mana cost of stuff do you have. That's the right color. So if you look up here where his cost is 2 plus a black plus a red. That means he himself puts two like, because it's devotion of black and red, both colors count. He's got 1 towards black and 1 towards red. So he's already putting 2 towards it, so you need 5 more between black and red. And then he actually, once you have proven your devotion to him, which, I mean, we're talking about, gods in a fantasy setting. Of course, that's what they're going to say. Once you have proven your devotion to me, yeah, he shows up and starts wrecking house. And so, that's what devotion is. But they are enchantment creatures that require enough devotion. It sounds weird saying it that way, but flavor-wise, that's where it comes from. They require enough devotion for them to become manifest, for them to actually come into actual physical being as like a creature form of what they are. They're still indestructible because they're still gods, but usually they just send their minions off to do whatever. Their minions, their champions, whatever. No, I am showing up. So, but enchantments are a big thing in this set. They're a huge deal in this set because it's based around the gods, which are enchantment creatures. Their weapons are enchantment artifacts. Bestow is, an aura that can become a creature. It's a whole deal. So returning an enchantment from your graveyard to your hand is arguably as strong, if not stronger, based on stuff that's in Theros than elsewhere. Elsewhere, you might say an artifact or a creature. Here, saying an enchantment is basically the same sort of thing. But there's a difference with enchantments. See, an artifact you can generally bring back, an artifact like it. Enchantments are not known for really having anything else they connect to except enchantments and auras. you can bring back an aura. You can also bring back an enchantment creature. There's also now at least two enchantment lands. You've got enchantment artifacts. You've got enchantment that can combine with any permanent type. I don't think we yet have a enchantment planeswalker, although I'm sure that'll come up sooner or later. We do not, as of yet, have any enchantment battles because battles only came out in one set. So they didn't want to overdo that, and I think they're still trying to. I think they're still trying to judge what people think of battles in general. We do have an artifact planeswalker, which is hilarious. Pardon me. But yeah, Griffin Dreamfinder is going to find a lot more things than most people realize. Also, enchantments are arguably the most dangerous card type in Commander because I would say it is the card type that people pay the least amount of specific attention to. What do I mean by that? People play Wrath of God because they know they need to deal with creatures. People may play Strip Mine, Wasteland, Ghost Quarter, etc., because they know certain lands are going to be a problem. People aren't afraid to run. I have Joven as the leader, as the general for my commons only mono red deck, because I know I'm going to have to deal with artifacts. Plus, I've got Shenanigans in there. The card actually just simply called Shenanigans. It's Shatter, but it's got Dredge of 2, which means I can keep, getting it back every couple of turns. Actually, sorry, I can keep getting it back every turn by milling 2 cards rather than drawing for the turn. People don't mind blowing up artifacts. People know planeswalkers are going to be a problem, so they always make sure they pack an answer. Enchantments consistently get overlooked unless it's built into a card that already does other things. So, a card like Vindicate, destroy target permanent. Oh, okay, I need to kill that enchantment. A card like Feed the Swarm. Really good at blowing up any creature or enchantment. A card or Mortify, same idea. Disenchant. People will constantly play cards like Disenchant because they know they're going to have to hit an artifact. Oh, by the way, it also hits an enchantment. Nobody packs Farewell. Exile all enchantments is one of the modes available on, if memory serves me correctly. But it's usually it's tacked on to something else that you already need to do. And so therefore you go, oh, okay, I can take care of this now because I have this card. Enchantments as a whole generally get overlooked. So, you have a card like Griffin Dreamfinder. Take a look to see how many enchantments are in your deck. And if you have not necessarily a lot, but a reasonable amount of them, don't be afraid to run a card like this. Like, if you've got like 7 or 8, don't be afraid of it. If your deck is at the point where you're already considering running either Valgavoth Slayer or Urza Saga, that's already one. And especially Urza Saga can die to its own ability because it is a saga. Just take a quick scan through the rest of your deck. If you've got a few more enchantments in there, regardless of what they do, consider throwing a card like Dreamfinder in there if you haven't already. I would probably, let's see here. What is Oramancer exactly? 3 mana for a 2/2. When it enters, return target enchantment. This is a 1/4 flyer. It might actually be worth paying the extra 2 mana to get the 1/4 flyer. Largely on the back of it having flying. It might actually be worth it largely on the back of it having flying. So at least consider something in that range. Oh boy. Am I getting chatty? God Favor General, 2 mana for 1/1. When it becomes untapped, you may pay white +2. If you do, make 2 1/1 soldier enchantment creature tokens. Again, becomes untapped. This is a sort of card where you want to have a reason to tap it other than because it's a 2 mana creature. It's a 2 mana 1/1 creature. You're probably not going to attack with it. You really need another reason fairly quickly. You might be able to get one. Maybe if you're lucky, 2 hits in. You might be able to turn it on once. At that point, you really need other ways to tap it. And again, anything like opposition, Viridian Longbow, anything of that nature at all. Whatchamacallit, Battle Screech comes to mind. It's got a flashback cost of tapping 3 untapped white creatures you control. Gaze of Justice, I think, is the card I'm thinking of. Gaze of Justice? Is that right? Yeah, Gaze of Justice. Additional cost, tap 3 untapped white creatures you control to exile target creature. References Hand of Justice, which was tap and tap 3 untapped white creatures you control, destroy target creature. Stuff of that nature. So you are very soon, because of how cheap and how small this creature is. It's something that's great early. If you get it on turn 6, it's too late to realistically try to attack with it. This is going to need other stuff to make it work. Nextborn Shieldmate. 1 mana for 1/2. You can bestow it for 3 to give enchanted creature +1/+2. It's fine. Again, this is the sort of thing that you put on a creature, as I've alluded to last week. This is the sort of thing that you want to put on a creature so that you can sacrifice the original creature and then, for whatever reason, get whatever out of it, and then have this show up and still be another creature that you can sacrifice to, stuff like Aristocrats type decks really enjoy an effect like this. Make a creature more of a threat, but if it dies, cool, you still have another buy to work with, and if the creature had some kind of death trigger, you still get the benefit from that. So Nextborn Shieldmate bestowed upon something like Doom Traveler. 1 mana for 1/1. When it dies, you make a 1/1 spirit. So you bestow the Shieldmate onto the Traveler. Now you've got a 2/3, which again doesn't sound exciting. But, oh look, I died. The 1/2 falls off and becomes its own creature, and I get a 1/1 flying spirit. I still have 2/3 worth of power at that point, and actually I've got a minor upgrade because half of that now has flying. You see what I'm saying here? You haven't actually lost anything in this context. So, a card like Nyxborn Shieldmate, if you're going for something aristocracy at all, at least consider putting bestows in there. Because they very easily are an enhancement to a creature that can become a creature themselves. And this, I believe, is the least expensive form of that ability at all. Mortal's Ardor. 1 white for +1/+1 and lifelink till end of turn. I think there is better than this now. Again, I constantly... Wow. Not anything they found quickly. Although, there are going to be cards that are comparable to this. So, this might be the only card that does exactly what it does. And there isn't anything at the same cost that is almost always strictly better. And yes, I have to say almost always strictly better. Because there are rare instances when, for example, Shock is better than Lightning Bolt or Lightning Strike. Most of the times, Lightning Bolt, like well over 98, probably over 99% of the time, Lightning Bolt is better than Shock. But there is that small percentage of the time. I can't remember if it was last week or last episode or the one before. I brought up Phyrexian Negator. Phyrexian Negator is one of those times when you are happy that your opponent is playing Lightning, when your opponent is playing Shock instead of Lightning Bolt. Because you only have to sack 2 permanents and not 3. You know, there are times when you would rather have, there are times when one is better than another. As I was saying, there are times when when the less powerful option is the better option. But that's usually when it's being used against you. When you're the one that has it in hand, I don't know, maybe redirection matters. But yeah. But yeah, what you're generally looking at for something like this, the number one reason to play this is because you suddenly need lifelink. The +1/+1 is not the reason to play this card. It is, I give lifelink until end of turn. You know what? Sort by cooler. And let's go mana value less than 2. Actually, no, mana value less than 3. Mana value equal heart. Blessed Defiance I might prefer in general. Moment of Heroism. Mortal's Ardor is the one we're looking at. Oh, Undu's Rising, that's hilarious. All your creatures gain life link as long as they're attacking that turn. Alright, alright. I don't see anything in white that I would call strictly better. I might see cards that I might call preferable. Give in to violence. Is that the same as... No. Give in to violence is the same as moment of heroism, just a different color. Grotesque mutation is the same card, just flopped around a little bit. Yeah. Huh. I don't see anything that is... I don't see anything I would say is strictly better than Mortal's Ardor. I see cards I would prefer to play, but I don't see anything I would consider strictly better. But if you're looking for an effect like that, usually spend an extra mana and get +2/+2 instead of +1/+1. A Crone Skyguard, 2 mana for a 1/1 flyer. Heroic, put a +1 counter on it. It is stupidly easy to make this be a 2/2 flyer plus whatever. If you drop this on turn 2 and then cast Nyxborn Shieldmate, you bestow Nyxborn Shieldmate onto it. You targeted it when you bestow the Nyxborn Shieldmate, so that already makes it a 2/2 flyer. Plus, once the Shieldmate resolves, you get an extra +1/+2. So now you get a 3/4 flyer. And even if the Nyxborn Shieldmate falls off, even if that gets destroyed, you still have a 2/2 flyer. Like this, in any sort of deck that can regularly target it, like there are going to be times when you're going to go, hey, by the way, I'm going to, I don't know, well, this has 1 counter on it. I'm going to gut shot it. Gut shot? Yeah, you're going to gut shot your own creature. Why am I going to gut shot my own creature? Pay a for extra red mana, 1 damage to any target. Because you target it, you cast a spell that targeted it, and therefore you put a +1/+1 counter on it, and suddenly it's going to be a 2/2 with a damage on it, which means now it's a 2-power flyer. It's going to get the counter before it takes the damage. And then it starts getting silly. And this thing is going to end up being really good. Even later in the game, just casting it as a 1/1 flyer, and then casting anything that targets it. Even if you have to target it with Swords of Plowshares, it's going to get a counter first, and then you exile it and gain 2 life, although you'd rather hit with Path to Exile so you can get an extra land out of your deck. Loyal Pegasus, 2/1 flyer for a single white, can't attack or block alone. Pretty straightforward how to use this. It's a cheap flyer. It needs somebody in the saddle, which could be a dragon. Wait, what? Yeah, dragon's riding a Pegasus. Figure that one out. Other fantastical creatures I can wrap my brain around. A dragon riding a Pegasus would be hilarious. Anyway, you have any other creature that, like, even that has a similar ability? Let's just, for fun, let's just do a search for this. O colon, this creature can't attack or block alone. It's the only white one. However, Jackal Familiar is a 2/2 ground creature for 1 mana. Mog Flunkies is a 3/3 for 2. I think I would pass on the Woodjack Bodyguard in general. The Ember Beast is a 3/4 for 3, and the Bonded Horn Nest is a 5/5 for 4. Hilariously, the white only gets loyal Pegasus, so you'd end up having to play Boros. But if you want to play a silly Boros deck, have a bunch of creatures with abilities like that say can't attack alone or can't block alone. Oh what? Here we go. Sort by color. Can't attack alone. Can't attack alone unless he's got a +1 counter on it. Can't attack alone. Oh, we're gonna hit that. Wait, you're next. You're next week. Toby. Oh, yeah. Okay, no. Oh, I know what I'm thinking of. So, Cribble can't. Hey, Zero. Can't attack alone. Can't attack alone. Yeah. I think it's not unreasonable to build a Burrows stack based around the ability of can't attack or block alone. And Loyal Pegasus is definitely going in that. And you're going to have enough creatures that they can't just they can't spend enough spot removal to kill creatures so that your creatures can't attack or block. Also, in a Pegasus Tribal, I would play this in Pegasus Tribal. Especially since you'd be playing with whatever that enchantment is called, that Sacred Mesa, I think it is, that constantly makes Pegasus tokens. You'll always have more Pegasi to play. I realized I accidentally put a 2-card combo in my Bracket 2 deck. It's not infinite though, so I think it's still Bracket 2. Hey, Holly. Holly, get your adverbs here. Oh yeah, I'm still amused how long it took you to find out. So what was the combo that you're looking at? It wasn't, it didn't involve like Dual Caster Mage or something, did it? Micah plus Stormkiln Artist. Where's Micah? Because I have this sorted wrong. Oh, there's Micah. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, you may sack an artifact. If you do copy that spell, you may choose new targets for the copy. And then Stormkiln Artist. I don't remember what you do. Where are you? There you are. Whenever you cast or copy an instant sorcery, create a treasure. And then whenever you cast an instant sorcery, so you cast an instant or sorcery, sack. Okay, no, that just sounds like synergy. That doesn't that just sounds like two cards that work together. That doesn't sound like an infinite combo. Although earlier tonight I was talking about a couple of infinite combos you could end up with. But yeah, Loyal Pegasus, if I'm playing Pegasus Tribal, it's probably a good call. And also I would build a deck around Can't Attack or Block Alone because that just sounds fun. Blue cards. Mind Reaver. 2 blue for a 2/1. Heroic. Whenever you cast a spell that targets this, exile top 3 cards of target player's library. Oh. Have a spell that's got buyback. Oh no. This is why cards that target creatures that have got buybackers, everyone wants them nowadays. Well, it's not the only reason, but it's part of it. Buyback, oh, target. Actually, creature or target permanent or any target. There we go. Sort by color. Anoint, change of heart. Evangelize! Capsize you don't want. Clock spinning. Whim of Volrath. Yeah, the number one reason people want Whim of Volrath more than any of these other cards it is the least expensive in when you look at combination of base cost plus the buyback. Because Anoint is 1 plus 3, so 4. 4. Lots. 4. This is 3. 5. 5. Uncard, so we don't count that. 5 plus X. 5 there. 4 there. 5 there. So yeah, it's the least expensive card that does that. Because for effects like heroic or anything else that cares about did you target me, that you can continuously recur. Yeah, Whim of Volrath is the least expensive version of that. Memory Crystal. Are you the one that cares about buyback costs? Yeah. Combine it with Memory Crystal, and now you're looking at pay a blue, storm count 1. But yeah, Mind Reaver. I wouldn't mind too much seeing somebody playing Mind Reaver occasionally. Because the way Commander is these days, I was sorting through some cards yesterday and found 2 Aura Shards from Invasion. Shush you. You know what list that goes on now. Yeah, Zero's been trying very hard to make Bracket 2 decks, and of course she does. No, let me rephrase that. You do. Good lord. Frickin' aura shards. 3250 USD for the original printing. And even if you go to like the least expensive printing, you're still looking around 20 bucks US. Yeah, 3250, so 65. That'll be me in 10 years. 65 for the pair. Which means, depending on who you trade them to, because Holly and I are Canadian, it's not impossible we could get like 60, if I had two of them I didn't want and I was trading them into a store, I could conceivably get $65 in trade value for them. Depending on who to, etc., etc. Aura Shards is one of those cards people constantly want. Anyway, no, Mind Reaver, I can, like, if you've got something that can regularly, consistently, I just realized I never did a thing. If you can regularly, consistently, target it, I better do this before I forget about it. I'm gonna call it 3.5. 11. You know what? There's a good question. Is Game Changer USD less than 10? Really? USD less than 5? Crop rotation you can get away with because it's under $5. Narset Parter of Veils you can pick up for under $2 and it's a game changer. That's funny. Notion Thief you can pick up for under $2, even from Dragon's Maze. Oh, that's dirty. Okay. So something vaguely wheel-based, Notion Thief and Narset. Play some budget-friendly wheel effects. There's two game changers already. And maybe Bolas's Citadel. Depending on which one you pick up. Anyway. No, what I was saying was with Mind Reaver, because a lot of people these days like building decks, and this is by no means wrong. A lot of people like building decks that are based around stuff that you can play more than just one copy of in your deck. So anything like Seven Dwarves or Nazgul to Relentless Rats and Dragon's Approach and the like. Yeah, so do the same thing back to them on a budget. That's gonna. Do you know how annoying that's gonna? Yeah, you want to play Giant Ocean Beasts, but you want to play like old school Giant Ocean Beasts. You want to play stuff like Sea Serpents and Marjan. But yeah, because of the number of people that are playing cards that you can play more than one copy of in your deck, a card like Mind Reaver, and if you've got a way, of course, Tanewa, if you've got a way to target it like regularly with a spell, so Whim of Volrath, etc. Incidentally, in that same deck, I would probably still run a copy of Capsize just in case, because it's whenever you cast a spell that targets it. exile top 3 cards of target player's library. You have somebody who's playing persistent petitioners or what have you, and you can go, oh, okay, well, I'll counter this one. Whoops. So I think it's I think it's I think 10 years ago it wasn't really a card that most people would have an interest in. I think nowadays it's a lot more likely. Uh you got cards like Hair Apparent, for example, which can go just absolutely token crazy. And being able to get rid of some of them, A, permanently, because when you cast something that targets it, you exile the top 3 cards. B, you sack it to counter something they're trying to cast that they can play multiple copies of. So that will slow things down a bit. So, not unreasonable. Floodtide Serpent. 5 mana for a 4/4. Can't attack unless you return an enchantment you control to its owner's hand. Praedythasa for what? A bigger monster to eat it? A wave that can wash it away? What then? Yeah, this thing is kind of what you really want for enchantments that you want to return are enchantments that do something useful either when they enter or when they leave. And keep in mind, enchantment is by this point like artifact in that it can be attached to another card type. Enchantment creature, enchantment land, enchantment artifact, hilariously, etc., etc. So, one low power example that you may want to play around with would be something as simple as Flight of Fancy. Very meh, but 4 mana, enchant creature. When it enters, draw 2 cards. Enchant creature has flying. Even if you... Okay, well this has flying and now I have to bounce it back. You know, even if you're doing something like that, the next time you cast it, Pot of Greed. And I'll play this Flight of Fancy. Let's let me draw 2 cards, etc., etc. Yeah. Yeah, stuff of that nature. Any enchantment that lets you do something either when it enters or when it leaves the battlefield. Sort by color. Okay, there's too many. ID greater than equal to blue. Or ID C. There we go. When enchant permanently leaves the Reality Acid. When Reality Acid leaves the battlefield, enchanted permanent's controller sacrifices it. That is the number one thing you're going to want for that. That is the number one card you're going to want to combine with Floodtide Serpent. So there are ways to make it work. You can combine it with Urza Saga to reset its chapters to keep making more construct tokens. It's that there you have options. Sometimes it's as simple as you know you want to return a creature back to owner's hands so you can it has an ability, it has something on it that says it doesn't untap normally. So you're like, okay, well, I'll bounce this back and then I'll replay it normally, etc. Chorus of the Tides. 4 mana for a 3/2 flyer, which at that point is kind of meh, but whenever you cast a spell that targets it, scry 1. A 3-power creature is not a terrible thing to have in Commander. Sorry, a 3-power flyer, I should say, is not a terrible thing to have in Commander. Again, flying will change the outcome of a game just on the back of it having flying. People overlook it way too much. Whenever you cast a spell that targets it, scry 1. If you have something that can target it regularly, the ability to scry turn after turn after turn is really, really good. Now, for something like that, what I would generally rather have is, I think it's Thassa, God of the Sea. But you're looking at like a 7-cent card that can actually, do something useful in and of itself. Where is she? Yeah, Thassa, God of the Sea. Okay, Thassa, God of the Sea is not expensive. And Thassa, God of the Sea is, like, she's fine. But just target this with something that you can, that you can cast multiple times a turn or what have you. And scry a bunch. Because the drawback of Thassa is that you only get to do it once a turn. Barring, trigger copies, etc., etc. Keep in mind that pretty much everything I see, there's always a, well, unless you, ... Because this is Magic the Gathering. This has been around for over 30 years. There's always an exception. Including 2 other exceptions. So yeah, Chorus of the Tides, I think, is more playable than it first appears. I don't think it's... Keep in mind, I don't think it's great, but I think it's more playable than it first appears. Deepwater Hypnotist, 2 mana for a 2/1 Merfolk Wizard. Inspired, target creature an opponent controls gets -3/-0 till end of turn. If you have ways to continually tap and untap this thing, which, again, you're in blue, not hard. Oh yeah, so do I. You do this multiple times in a single turn, you can more or less fog your opponent's entire board. Have a way to untap it multiple times. Like, if you have a way to untap it 3 times a turn, you look at your opponent's 3 biggest creatures that are trying to attack you and go, yeah, guess what? You're now a 3-power creature. You're now a 3-power creature. You're now a 2-power creature. And again, finding ways, you're in blue. Finding ways to untap your creatures in blue is not difficult. Uh, one thing, blue does not directly get fog. Green gets fog, white gets fog. Black historically has got a couple of cards like fog. Blue does not get fog. Blue gets two ways of of doing something that is fog-like. One is returning attackers back to owner's hand. So cards like Aetherize, which is arguably a lot. Well, I shouldn't even. Which is going to be, in most cases, a lot stronger than fog, because now they have to recast their creatures. Or two, shrinking opponent's power. If you have if you have a card that says attacking creatures or creatures your opponents control get -2/-0 till end of turn. That won't stop the big stuff, but it'll make the big stuff hurt less, and it'll make the small stuff do nothing. You know, their 1/1s are suddenly eh, and their 2/2s are eh, and their 5/5s are now doing 2 or 3. And so if you want something that feels kind of like fog in blue, play with effects that make all your make your opposing creatures deal less combat damage. And they're even stronger when going up against something that's got Infect or Double Strike, or both, because they don't hit as hard. You know, something that's a 5/5 Double Strike and is losing 3 power is now only hitting for 4 instead of 10. So, if you're looking for stuff that is fog adjacent, and you have ways in your deck to untap creatures, if I were to spend the resources to tap or untap things, I'd rather use Grimoire Thief. Oh, instead of the Hypnotist? Grimoire Thief. When it becomes tapped, exile the top 3 cards. And okay, that's more along the lines of Mind Reaver. But yeah, so that's what if I'm looking for something fog-esque. If I have ways to tap and untap stuff like multiple times a turn, Deepwater Hypnotist can fit in there. I would be looking for ways to make my opponent shrink in power. Sudden Storm, 4 mana, tap up to 2 target creatures. They don't untap during the controller's next untap steps. Scry 1. They can be controlled by different people. You can go one over here and one over here, and neither of them untap on your next turns, and I get a scry card. It's no matter how big and strong you are, the sea is bigger and stronger. Oof. Yeah, if you're just looking at temporarily shutting something down for a turn or two, yeah. But why not just play one of the many cards that either stuff that puts stun counters on, or the inexpensive mana-wise enchantments, Weakstone Subjugation, consistently coming to mind. That turn around and go, cool. Enchant you. You go to sleep now. You're not untapping for the next while. Those are generally much better options. Airy Worshippers. 4 mana for 2/4, which sounds a much more appropriate size than, what was it? Than the Great Heart. Because blue tends to be not as good in creatures as white is. But here's the fun part. When it becomes untapped, you can pay 3 mana to get a 2/2 flying bird enchantment creature. Has everybody heard about the bird? I hear the bird is the word. Oh no. Oh, that's funny. Hey, Holly. I haven't finished building yet, but I'm sure I'm getting close. My Teamer's Splinter Twin deck is nearly done. I believe. Yeah. I need 11 more cards. Imagine throwing this in there. One of the cards I do have for that deck already is Intruder Alarm. Ooh, that thing that makes you return an enchantment with our attacks use that Saga from Beyond Death. Yeah. Saga! Oh, that one. Right, I forgot to send you the reminder message. Oh, yeah. Kiora Best the Sea God. Oh, yes, because Chapter 1 is making the 8/8 Kraken. Oh my god, it's an 8/8 Kraken with hexproof. Oh, that's silly. Yeah. That combined with Floodtide Serpent. Yeah, I'm going to make an 8/8 token every turn. Yeah. But yeah, Airy Worshippers, if you've got ways of generating mana, if you've got ways to generate mana off of creatures, you play a card like Intruder Alarm, you can just keep making... You could end up making an infinite number of bird tokens that way. I'm putting that combo into my Kraken Serpent Octopus Commander deck. Lol. So what was it? Intruder Alarm plus... You need a blue to get started. So... Sea Scryer, Silver Mirror, and Apprentice Wizard. Those are 3 cards in a mono blue color identity that combined together will generate blue +2. No, I want creatures specifically. You do that, you have Intruder Alarm out. Airy Worshippers, something happens, you attack with it or whatever. On your next turn, you untap with it. When it becomes untapped, trigger ability goes on the stack. You tap your creatures, make blue +2, make a token. The token enters, your creatures... Intruder Alarm sees the creature enter. Everything becomes untapped again, and you make a army of 2/2 flyers. And then once you decide you have enough, then you draw for turn. So yeah, there's ways to make that useful. Nextborn Triton. Oh, that's actually pretty good. 3 mana for 2/3. For 5, you get +2/+3. This is not a thing that you normally see out of blue. I would not complain about this. I might actually. I don't think I don't think I would put it in my mono blue. I don't think it quite fits in either of my mono blue decks as it. Um, good question. It's an enchantment spell near the case. You know what? Let me find the out. Boop noodle. Those are strudel. Had a poodle. If a card is cast with bestow. Next born Triton. I will find that out for you. It might take a little time depending on where people are, but I will find that out for you. Siren of the Fanged Coast. I always thought Siren of the Fanged Coast was interesting. The worst this is going to be is a 4/4 creature, in my opinion. That's the worst it's going to be. When it enters, if tribute wasn't paid, gain control of target creature. This is not like Sower of Temptation. No spell bestowed spell is a non-creature or a spell and has no creature types. Okay. Coming from a person who I know is really good at answering questions. Because cards like Sower of Temptation generally say gain control of target creature until Sower leaves the battlefield. Or until Sower dies or whatever. Or Old Man of the Sea until it becomes untapped, or the size gets bigger, or whatever. Siren of the Fanged Coast just says gain control of target creature. Yoink, you're mine now permanently. There's no duration on it. Getting rid of the Siren is not going to get you the creature back. So chances are, in general, it's going to be a 4/4 flyer, which is, I mean, it's okay. It's a elemental. But if you choose somebody and they don't get, and they go, I am not going to pay tribute. You get to turn around and go, yeah, nice demon you got over there. I think I'll have some of that now. Wait, what? Yeah, let me just take that demon from you. But it's mine. Mine now. So you can release individuals from custody. Yeah, have fun with that. Melodus astronomer. Do 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 do. Tribute was shot in standard in 60. Oh yeah, tribute. Well, the interesting thing about tribute is you can build in such a way as to make the basically make it turn out the way you want it to be. Um, if the tribute is, for example, taking 5 damage, if your opponent is already at a relatively I don't know what the tribute options are right now. you know, if they don't pay the tribute, they take 5. Or they lose half their life or something. If they're already at a low life total, they probably don't want to do that, so they'll probably give you the counters. What you have to do is, if you're going to play with cards of tribute, you have to arrange the game in such a way that they're like, damned if I do, damned if I don't. Which is the least bad option for them at that point. If you are playing Siren of the Fanged Coast and your opponent has no creatures in play, then they just go, I'm not going to pay tribute. So you get a 1/1 creature that you spent 5 mana on. So you want them to have a creature, but if you've got like a 1/1 token, you go being like, I'm not going to pay tribute. Here, you have my 1/1 token. Okay, now you're taking 2 damage a turn instead of 4. So it's one of those mechanics where you really have to you really have to decide how, like, you have to mold the game to get it to be where you want. And in normal constructed formats, it's a lot harder to do that because a lot of the time you don't have the time. In something like Commander, you have more time to pull that off. You don't have that much time to pull it off in other constructed formats. Tribute. Like, Fanatic of Xenagos, you're getting a 3/3 for 3 regardless. This is a 3/3 flyer. This is either going to be a 5/5 flyer or a 3/3 hasty that when it dies goes back to hand. This, most of the time, is just going to be a 5 mana 6/6. Because they'd rather have that than getting stuff blown up. This, I would just assume, a 6/6 that one of your opponent's creatures dies. If you make cast and insert, yeah, this just assume it's going to be a 5/3 haste. This I would simply assume is a 3/3 and a pair of 1/1s actually. 3. Yeah, this is actually a good example of what I was thinking of. Earlier in the game, I would take 5 and give you a 5 mana 3/3. Later in the game, I might just let you have the 5/5. Because that 5 damage is going to hurt a lot more. I don't know, coin toss on that one. Target opponent sacrifices a creature. Yeah, I would probably assume the sacrifice here. This, I would probably assume that you're going to take a creature. This, I would just let you gain the 4 life instead of giving you a 7/7. 5/5 trample haste for 6. Yeah, okay. I think I would actually let you have a 5/5 trample haste. Rather than giving you an 8/8 trample. So, I mean, it depends on what the individual cards actually do. Some of them you want to pay, some of them by, a general default assumption, I would pay the tribute, not taking the status of the game into consideration. And some of them I would not. Like, some of them I would, some of them I wouldn't. But cards like Xenagos, you don't care what happens because it's going to end up being a 4/4 either that turn or permanently. With trample that they have to deal with. That you spent 3 mana on. But yeah, Siren of the Fang Coast, I think needs to get played a lot more than what it does. Melodus Astronomer, 2 mana for 1/3 heroic. Look at the top 3 cards, reveal an enchantment, put in your hand, put the rest on the bottom. To make this playable, you need to have enough enchantments in your deck. You need to have, because you're only looking at the top 3, I would say you probably need at least 20 enchantments in your deck to make it worth even considering. And probably closer to 30 or 40. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother. Evanescent Intellect. Wow, why can I not word tonight? An enchant creature has pay 2, tap, target player mills 3. This is literally the blue analog to Afara's Radiance. It's the same analogous mana cost and activation cost. And it's still also 3. And again, if you are playing a deck that can, the best card to put this on, because you are playing blue, is a way to untap itself. Was it King Crab I'm thinking of? No, it's not King Crab. No, Horseshoe Crab. Blue +2 for 1/3, which doesn't sound exciting, but blue, untap this creature. You put Evanescent Intellect on a Horseshoe Crab, and it's now blue 1, target player mills 3. At any time. It is real easy to have this just go and mill somebody for a bunch. How further to break this card is left as an exercise for the viewer. Sphinx's Disciple, 5 mana for 2/2 flyer. Whenever it becomes untapped, draw a card. Again, not hard to find ways to untap the creature. Freed from the Real might be my favorite way to do it, because this is pay a blue to tap enchant creature, pay a blue to untap enchant creature. So basically, you put Freed from the Real on Sphinx's Disciple, and you end up with blue, blue, colon, draw a card. Forget anything else that cares about whether your creatures become tapped or not. Freed from the Real, or anything of that nature, on this becomes blue, blue, colon, draw a card. Because you pay a blue to tap the creature, and then you pay another blue to untap it. Whee! Or you can reduce that down to blue colon by giving it some other kind of tap ability. For example, Viridian Longbow gives the equipped creature tap 1 damage to any target. So, doing that, now it's a 3-card combo, but doing that, now it's blue, colon, 1 damage to any target, draw a card, etc. So yes, this very easy to break if you want to. Vortex Elemental. 1 mana for 0/1. Wow. So that's kobold size, but it costs more than a kobold. Holly, this is kobold size and costs more than a kobold. What is wrong with this picture? Put this creature and each creature blocking or blocked by it on top of their owner's libraries, then shuffle. 2 blue plus 3. Target creature blocks this creature this turn of Fable. Oh no. So first of all, getting them equip it with an equipment that gives it the lure ability. I mean, yes, I think it's no. Is that I want to say that's Nemesis Mask. All creatures able to block a quick creature do so. Yes, Nemesis Mask. It is, as far as I'm aware, the only equipment that does that. So, anything that ends up tangling in combat with this thing, you can pay a blue to put all those creatures back on top. Here's the funny part. This ability doesn't target. This ability uses the stack. With this ability on the stack, you make this disappear somehow. You flicker it, you return it to owner's hand, whatever. The other creature, when this ability goes to resolve, the other creatures will still get shuffled back in. If this gets, let's say, exiled and then returned, it has no recollection of what it was before. Again, how to break this is best left as an exercise for the viewer. Black cards. Shrike Harpy, 5 mana for a 2/2 flyer with Tribute 2. When it enters, if Tribute wasn't paid, target opponent sacks a creature of their choice. Yeah, nowadays they always have the they've reoracled. It said target opponent sacrifices a creature for so long. It's only relatively recently, I think within the last couple of years, that they turn around and change the oracle to say of their choice, i.e. they get to choose what the creature is. I don't know why we had to do that. So, for 5 mana, you get a 4/4 flyer, or you get a 2/2 flyer with Diabolic Edict attached. Yeah, basically. Yippee-ki-yay. I think this is at the point when we still thought Sengir Vampire should have been rare. Because it was uncommon initially, then it got rarity, it got shifted in rarity up to rare for quite a while, and then finally got brought back down to uncommon. But I think this was during the rare period. Let me just look that up real quickly. Sengir Vampire. View all prints. So, originally in Torment, up to... This is 2010. No. This was back... Sengir Vampire was back to uncommon by this point. Maybe making it a 2/3 would have been fine. It's one of those. It's one of those things that would have required a lot of like wheels and knobs and dials and stuff like that being fiddled with. But I mean, that being said, Diabolic Edict has on a come into play. Like the thing is, in Commander, I would generally assume that this is just pay 5 mana, get a 2/2 with Diabolic Edict. In general, I would prefer Ravenous Chupacabra because you've got more control over what gets blowed up. However, A, it's a sacrifice. Troyan. Troyan Gutsy Explorer. Okay, you play this on 3, and then next turn you're able to cast your 6 drops or higher. Interesting. But yeah. But you're paying an extra mana and you're getting flying, and I don't know. Okay, see you, Holly. I think it's a coin toss which way to go with this. And the thing is, as I said before, the person you are choosing about whether or not tribute is getting paid, because you choose who has to decide whether or not to pay tribute. If you choose this person to pay tribute, you can make this person have to sack a creature if it's not paid. So, Eye Gouge. 1 black. Target creature -1/-1 till end of turn. If it's a Cyclops, destroy it. Play this more often than you would otherwise. And this is... I've decided I'm starting to make a list 1 card per set of cards that are like at the bottom of the list of popular cards for a given set to see play. And I'll show you real quick what I'm talking about. Boop and noodle. So I'm putting the date when I'm posting it here. I'm doing this on Blue Sky. Here's the name of the set in question. And I am including the base sets. And then here's the card that I'm going to recommend people consider. And then here is just a quick note about them. And last week, I suggested Tunnel. Why Tunnel? Tunnel says destroy target wall can't be regenerated. For 1 red as an instant. All I had to say about it? Walls are creature type. Changelings are all creature types. So you take a look at that, and you look at Eye Gouger, and you see if it's a Cyclops, destroy it. Cyclops is a creature type. Changelings are all creature type. This is, amongst other things, more realistically, destroy target Cyclops, or destroy target creature. EDH Rec. Borborygmos Enraged. I can see, like, Borborygmos, and I see 3 different Borborygmos. Okan, Eye of Chaos, what do you do? Oh yeah, that's the coin flip guy. Cyclops of Eternal Fury, creatures you control have haste. Okay, I see some of them that are actually, that people will actually legitimately play. If you're playing coin flip, you're going to want that. Borborygmos cares about, you know, wants you to grab lands and then pitch them. This is actually really good for like a budget deck. If you want like the utmost budget deck for Commander, if you can get people to leave you alone until you cast your Commander, you hit one person and then you grab lands and you start just checking your lands at people. It's not a great deck, but it is a budget deck. Eye Gouge kills them. Again, not something I would generally recommend for most, but it kills any changeling. Weight of the Underworld. Enchant creature gets -3/-2. The problem is it costs 4 mana, and you can get -2/-2 for, I believe, 1. So, do not play this. Just, why would you play this card? Open on Skyfall Tagger. Vanilla Aura? Oh! I think Vanilla Aura is just something that's got like a simple line of text on it. Oh, no. A Vanilla Aura is something that does something about a creature's stat line. I see. Yeah, Weakness, which got printed all the way back in like Alpha, gave -2/-1 for a single black. You should not be paying an extra 3 mana for an additional -1/-1. Not worth it. Forsaken Drifters, or in this case, 4 Forsaken Drifters. 4 mana for 4/2 when it dies, mill 4. Depending on the kind of deck that you're looking for, this might actually be useful to you. If you were looking at some kind of self-mill deck, self-mill, Aristocrats, Reanimator, Conglomerate, then Forsaken Drifters could actually be part of the glue that holds the deck together. Claim of Erebos. Trying to be part of that same cycle as Evanescent Intellect and Afara's Radiance doesn't do as good. It's 1 mana. It's 2 to cast. Black tap. Target player loses 2 life. Should be 3. 2. I think they tried making it as I think what they should have done was maybe this deals 3 damage to target player. It would have worked similarly in many instances, but the difference between life loss and damage is relevant, because damage can be prevented, redirected, etc., etc. Life loss just happens. I think they should have gone like target opponent. Enchant creature deals 3 damage to target opponent. That being said, again, if you're looking for a mono black burn deck and you're building on a budget, this may be a card to consider because this is a thing that you can do consistently. Forlorn Sudama, 4 mana for 2/1 Intimidate. Whenever it becomes untapped, you may pay black +2. If you do, make an enchantment zombie. It feels like too much to me. Again, the same kind of problem that we had before. I think it was last week I was comparing to Severed Legion. It was you got a 2/2. No, you got a 2/2 Fear, which is basically the same as Intimidate, except Intimidate can be put on more cards. So this should have been at least a 2/2. Whenever it becomes untapped, you can pay 3 to make a zombie. I think based on how they cost stuff, I think it feels right, but it just this is one of those things that dies to a stiff breeze, and you are going to need other ways to make it tap. Now, that being said, this is part of the reason why we have, I just realized I skipped a card. This is part of the reason why we have cards like Claim of Erebos, is because it gives you a way to tap your creatures, and so then you can untap them on your untap step without needing something else. So, basically, every turn cycle, you are paying, in this case, black +1 and black +2, so 2 black +3, so 5 mana. And you are making a 2/2 zombie and burning somebody for 2. That's like the plan for stuff like that. Not unreasonable, when you look at it that way. But, I mean, at that point, your Forlorn Sudama can be any size because it doesn't matter at that point. And being a 2/1 Intimidate for 4 mana is just... People will play it in limited and not beyond. Realistically, that's what that boils down to. And in a format like Commander, people are not going to care unless you can do some kind of tap and untap shenanigans with this. And to be fair, I will say, you're playing black, the ability to flood the board, like the ability to generate a silly amount of mana in black is not difficult. The problem is getting this to untap enough times to actually, in a single turn to actually do something with it. It's not impossible, but it's harder. It's certainly not as easy as in white or blue. Definitely not as in blue. But the generating of silly amounts of mana is incredibly easy. Next Born Eidolon. 2 mana for 2/1, bestows for 5. Again, similar concept to what I said. The only reason I would consider playing this is maybe in some kind of aristocrats build where a lot of the creatures that I had some kind of when this dies, get some kind of random bonus. Not even the I would be much. This is a sort of aristocrats where I'm much less interested in the ETB than when the creature dies. If I'm leaning more heavily on when stuff dies, then maybe I consider a card like Nextborn Eidolon because I get an extra body that way. But if I'm leaning more towards ETBs and hey, look, I got it's done its thing. I guess sacrificing it now is fine. Then I'm not that. I'm much less excited for that. Felhide Brawler, 2 mana for 2/2. Can't block unless you control another Minotaur. Getting another Minotaur in play is going to be fairly easy. Between the fact that if you're playing this, you're probably already looking at playing Minotaurs anyway. B, Changelings. C, we have passed this point already. In fact, we passed this point before we even got to this point. This was power creep before it even existed. Walking Corpse came out in Innistrad, which was 2011. This is now 2014. 3 years later, we have a card with the same stat lines, same cost, a less supported creature type, and it's just straight up worse because it has a drawback rather than not having any ability whatsoever. If you're playing this because it's a Minotaur and it's cheap. Ashiok's Adept, 3 mana 1/3. Whenever it casts a spell that targets this creature, each opponent discards a card. Again, I'm gonna keep saying it. My own comments about how I feel with discard decks aside, because I don't think discard decks are for most people a fun way to play Commander, i.e. somebody else is playing a deck that makes the rest of the table discard cards. I don't think most of the rest of the table is going to enjoy that. In most cases. This is fine. Because it affects everybody. It affects all your opponents. This is the sort of thing that you do want to see because it's affecting 3 people. You throw a Nextborn Eidolon on it, and suddenly now you have a 3/4, and everybody else has discarded a card. That being said, the other thing to keep in mind about discard is some decks want to discard things. a reanimator deck wants to be able to discard stuff and you're giving them tools. So be careful about that. War Chanter of Mogus, 5 mana for a 3/3. Inspired, target creature you control gains Intimidate till end of turn. Assume this is just going to be a 5 mana 3/3 Intimidate. It's a black creature with Intimidate. Artifact creatures abound. Black creatures abound. They're not necessarily mono black. They could be black white. They could be black green. They could be Jund. They could be Esper. They could be Abzan. Whatever. If you got black in your cost and or your color identity elsewhere, cool. You can block this. The best kind of card, in my opinion, to put Intimidate on would be something that you've got that has flying. Because that makes it... Don't bother putting it on something with shadow, because most things that have shadow already are black. So that just would be redundant in that case. But you put Intimidate on something that's got flying, and the angels are gonna run away. The dragons are gonna fly away. The elementals are gonna fly away. The sphinxes are gonna fly away. There'll be a handful of demons and some other stuff, and that's largely it. 3/4 of what you'd have an interest of what might have an interest in trying to block you is just gonna go, yep, nope, not dealing with that, thanks. Also, hilariously, I'm assuming you're making a creature, a black creature, intimidating. Make a colorless creature intimidating, and nothing shares a color with it. So it has to be an artifact creature or a colorless creature. Most artifact creatures are colorless. You can also throw it on, say, a white creature. Throw it on, make an angel intimidating, which is, Brazella probably. And then suddenly all your, most people aren't going to be able to black it unless they've got like a random 1/1 spirit token. So enjoy that. Black Oak of Odunus. Oh, that's interesting. So, because they want creatures that have inspired other, ways other than attacking to be able to untap, especially for limited, at common and uncommon, they constantly want ways for you to go, hey, by the way, here's another way for you to tap your creature. Which is why this has got the ability it does. It's a 3 mana 0/5 defender, which isn't bad as far as decks that care about defender are concerned. Pay a black and tap another untapped creature you control. This gets +1/+1 till end of turn. Yeah, so if you have a card that's got inspired, for example, War Chanter of Mogus, when it untaps, you give something Intimidate until end of turn. Or the Sudama, when it untaps, you pay 3 to make a zombie. This gives you a way to tap the creature in the first place. And this creature gets +1/+1 till end of turn. That might not be useful for you in and of itself. But this is also like people playing with cards like Viscera and whatchamacallit, Carrion Feeder in what are you called? In Aristocrat stacks. Thank you. Because they want a sack outlet. They care less what happened, with the ability that's they care less about the effect of the sack ability and more the fact that, hey, by the way, I'm sacrificing for cost. This is going to be a similar kind of effect in most games. You care about the fact that you are tapping a creature. You don't care what the effect of that. You don't care what the effect is. You care about the fact that you're tapping a creature. So, for example, and I know I go to this a lot, but Scaretiller. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, you may put either a land from your hand or from your graveyard onto the battlefield tapped. This gives you a way to tap your Scaretiller. And, okay, cool. It cost me a black and this pumps. Okay, don't care. It gave me a way to tap my Scaretiller that got me an extra land back into play. So that is where I see this more for cards that you want to become tapped, like Scaretiller, that actually care about whenever this becomes tapped, or arguably with an ability like Inspired where it says whenever it becomes untapped. Spiteful Returned. 2 mana, 1/1. Bestows for 4. Whenever this or enchant creature attacks, the famed player loses 2 life. So it kind of attacks as a 3/3. But like split in 2. Kind of like first strike and it kind of has double strike. I hit you for 2. Okay, now you can block. So, again, something like this for an Aristocrat stack, maybe something like this towards a burn deck, because putting this on a reasonable creature, let's say Sengir Vampire or Air Elemental might be a better example just for convenience. A random 4/4 flyer. Make it a 6/6 flyer. It attacks. Defending player loses 2 life. Then has to worry about blocking a... Okay, sorry. It wouldn't be a 6/6, it'd be a 5/5. You put it on 4/4, it's a 5/5. They take 2. Now they have to worry about taking potentially another 5 if they don't block it. So something like this in a burn deck I could see. Especially if you're trying to be like more aggro with your attacks. Something like that I could see. Something like that, an Aristocrat stack, as I've mentioned before, I could see. There are a few places that can actually go. Almost 10 o'clock. Not too bad. Red cards. Pinnacle of Rage. 6 mana sorcery. 3 damage to each of 2 targets. I think if I'm playing this anywhere, I'm looking at playing this in a burn deck. Like, I'm playing this in, like, a dedicated burn deck where I just want to, like, kill my opponents. Because it does allow me to hit more than one target. I can hit creatures if I need to. I'm more than likely going, you take 3, you take 3. If I'm casting Fireball for 3, I'm spending 8 mana because 1 to cast Fireball initially, 3 for 3 for damage to 1 target, 1 for a second target, and then 3 for the next target. So I'm spending 8. So this is actually saving me 2 mana off of Fireball. The drawback of this is not 6 damage split as you wish. This is 8 damage to, this is 3 damage to each of 2 targets. So you have to be hitting things that are worth hitting for 3. Or you're taking a look at this and going, it's a burn spell. I hit you and I hit you. I think in general, your first bet, the first place you should be looking at are cards like Earthquake or Volcanic Fallout. Wait, what? Volcanic Fallout, 2 red plus 1, instant, can't be countered, 2 damage to each creature and each player. So yes, you take 2 yourself, but for 3 mana, as an instant, hitting you for 2, you for 2, you for 2, and any of the small fiddly stuff that's still on the board dies. If somebody's doing like an infinite combo deck and they go, okay, declare attacks, okay. Declare their attackers, yep. Alright, declare blockers, okay. Volcanic Fallout. What? So yeah, Pinnacle of Rage, a little expensive for what it does, but might still be in the mix. Cyclops of One-Eyed Pass. 4 mana for 5/2, which averages to a 4/3. So yeah, it's about right. I love the flavor text. And to be fair, this is another good reason to build decks, certain types of decks, is you are building them based on things like flavor text. You don't have to build based on mechanics, based on themes, this, that way. You can build based on flavor text. The champion armed herself to face the Cyclops, heedless of her companion's despair. How will you defeat it with only 1 spear? Asked young Althemene. The champion raised her weapon. It has but 1 eye. If it only has 1 eye, that's the only target you need to hit. You hit that, it can't see. It's not going to be able to defend itself very well at all. You are already probably 2/3 of the way to defeating it. That being said, playing Cyclops Tribal, I probably would at least consider playing it. 4 mana, get a 5-power creature. You're going to have stuff in your deck that's going to help with the fact that it's got a lower toughness. You're going to have stuff for that. You're going to have you're going to have things like Paragon of Fierce Defiance, which relevantly here is going to give it a toughness boost. You're going to have stuff to give it First Strike and or Trample and or, something else to make it worth actually doing something. I think even just being a higher power creature is going to be fine. Also, it's a not embarrassingly costed 5-power creature. Which means there are decks, and I've mentioned this in previous turns before, there are decks that specifically care about you casting or having enter or controlling a creature with 3 or 4 or 5 power. You know, those 3 numbers specifically. There's also Ferocious, I think it is, which cares about 8+, and this is more than halfway there by itself. Not unrealistically, one more creature can put you at 8+, including if you have a creature that's got a Ferocious ability, that creature itself. So, you have cards that say, hey, whenever creature power 4 or greater enters, draw a card. Whenever creature power 4 or greater enters, make mana. Outland, no, not Outland Liberator. What's the one I'm thinking of? No, what do you call it? No. You are from Outlaws of Thunder Junction. Outcaster Trailblazer. Whenever another creature you control power 4 or greater enters, draw a card. This is again, this is not by no means is this a great creature. It is a vanilla, but it is a reasonably statted 5-power, like it's a not embarrassingly costed 5-power creature. You're not paying 5 mana for it, you're paying 4. It can have it, if you're looking at something like the Trailblazer, now you're in red and green, and to be fair, a lot of cards that care about you having a creature that's larger are in green. So now you're looking at a card like Goblin and Narcomancer. Each spell you cast that's red or green costs 1 less to cast. Which now, if you have that in play the turn before you play this, now this is a 3-drop, etc. You see where and again, it's not difficult for you to look at this, think about where it actually can be played, and for the idea to snowball. And all it does is, and this may not end up being in the deck at the end, but what does happen is that instead of taking a look at a card and going, that's just a bad card, why would I bother? You take a look and go, if I were to play a card like this, what would the deck look like? Let the juices start to flow. And again, this may not end up being on the list at the end, but it's what gets the idea started. And again, cards like this, you're looking at where the ancients tread. Whenever creature power 5 or greater enters, you may have this enchantment deal 5 damage to any target. Cool. You play as Cyclops after where ancients tread? Cool. This is dealing 5 over here now. So, again, I'm not saying you should play this card necessarily, but cards that are at the bottom end that people overlook, the first question is, where can these be played? But probably the more interesting question is, if I were to play this card, what would the deck look like? How would I build with this card? And again, you may not end up with that card in the final deck list, but it would get the process going. And sometimes just doing something like looking for a random card. Aurelia, the law above. You know, it's in Boros. 4/4 flying vigilance haste. Whenever a player attacks with 3 or more creatures, you draw a card. Whenever a player attacks with 5 or more creatures, you do 3 damage to each of your opponents, so you gain 3 life. So what you really want to do, what I'm seeing initially from this, is I want people to attack. I don't want them to attack me if I can, if possible, but I want to convince them to attack with multiple creatures. So there's many ways you could do that. Part of it is just giving incentive for them to attack with more. You know, like giving them creatures so that they can attack with and not have to worry about spending their own resources. What do you call it? You know, one example might be the Sentry Golden Guardian. You're spending resources on making a 5/5, but giving somebody else a 5/5 that they can also attack with. But it has to attack. And keep in mind, it says whenever a player attacks with 3 or more creatures. So, this person can attack with I'm going to attack you with 1 and I'm going to attack you with 2. And also trying to find a way so that attacking, somebody trying to attack you is a bad idea. So there's there are ways to make things. I'm going to skip on Gamble because that's a little too obvious. Temple Allosaur. If a source would deal damage to another dinosaur you control, prevent all but one of that damage. So, oh wow. Oh, that's hilarious. Star of Extinction. Destroy target land. 20 damage to each creature and Planeswalker. If you cast that when you've got Temple Allosaur out, prevent all but one of that damage. Your dinosaurs all take 1. And every other creature in Planeswalker on the board takes 20. I'm not apologizing. You see where this goes. You can click on random cards and constantly have it go, I has question. I has answer. Let's see if they match. Actually. Boop. Okay, I haven't seen anything. Arcane Bombardment plus Delay Blast Fireball. Arcane Bombardment or name, excuse you, delay, Blast, Fireball, which in my opinion should have had Suspend. Oh, it's got Foretell. Okay, I guess that's alright. Whenever you cast your first sorcery or instant or sorcery each turn, exile one random from your graveyard, then copy each. If the spell was cast from exile. So, if you are casting Delayed Blast Fireball through the Arcane Bombardment, you are casting it from exile. So it deals 5 damage to each opponent and each of their creatures. If that's what you're asking, that's the yeah. Because it only asks if this spell was cast from exile. It's not asking did you foretell it or did you or what. It's just was it exiled? It could have been exiled via it could have been airbent. It could have been, exiled via one of the various impulse draw mechanics that red has. Exiled top card of your library. You may play that card this turn or till the end of next turn or whatever. It could be exiled for any reason and you have an ability to cast it from exile. And if that's the case, you're getting 5 damage. It gives you a way to cast it from exile, but it doesn't ask, is that how you cast me? It just simply says, did you cast me from exile? So yeah, I'm just impressed because that's repeatable. Potentially, yeah. It could also be exiled via a card like Panoptic Mirror, which is also on the Game Changer list. And you can do this. You can do this every turn. Pay 3 tap, exile the fireball, and then cast the fireball every upkeep for 5 damage to your opponent's face. To them and to their creatures, and just go, hey, by the way, deal with it. Hey, by the way, deal with it. Hey, by the way, deal with it. So yeah, if you are considering a mono red burn deck, this is an interaction you can play with and get to use it every turn. Whenever you cast your fire... Oh no. Okay, I will say this. You are going to want to find a way to get as much card draw. If you are using these two cards together, you're going to want to find a way to get as much card draw in your deck as possible. And cantrips count. Because you want to be able to, ideally, you want as much card draw and as much ramp as you can reasonably put in. Holy cow. And a card like what was it? Seize the Prize and stuff like that, where they turn around and make treasures and draw you cards, are great. Because with enough of that going on, you get to churn through your deck and cast stuff on each player's turn and keep going further and further and deeper and deeper, and your opponents are going to be in a world of hurt. I think that might have been a deck idea that you and I had already been talking about at one point. But yeah, that's what I see. I think you and I had already been talking about that. Thunderroot, 6 mana for 5/5 trample. I could stop at that line right there and not bother reading the rest of this, and I'd actually be relatively happy. It wouldn't be like amazing, but I think for the time it came out, I think I would be content. 6 mana, 5/5 trample. I don't need to see more. So, what happens if I continue to read on? Tribute 3. What? When it enters, if tribute wasn't paid, it gains haste till end of turn. So, you either get an 8/8 trample for 6 mana, or you get a 5/5 trample with haste. I think I'd rather have the 8/8 trample if you want the honest truth. I think I'd rather have the 8/8 trample, which means I would probably assume that the person I'm going, hey, by the way, do you want to pay tribute? They'll probably let me have haste. But either way, I'm not unhappy. And again, Cyclops Tribal? Yes, I could very easily see this going into a Cyclops Tribal deck. If I want something that's a fairly easy and straightforward card, but has some interesting play to it, I might throw this in the deck. But just a straight up 5/5 trample for 6 mana at this time, I think I'd be fairly happy. Nowadays, might be a little on the weak side. At common, maybe, but I'm not sold on that. But it's still playable. Fearsome Temper, red and 2. Did I put you in? I know you were a consideration for my Squee Voltron deck. Visual spoiler. Enchantables, pushing damage, much boost well. I did. I'm amused. I did put this in. So I can't say I can't find a home for this because I did. So, TLDR, my Squee deck is based around number 1, enchanting my general with auras so that my general can attack for sufficient commander damage and win. Number 2, doing this in a color that is not known for good aura support. Number 3, using a general that is not known for being one that people will attack with. I took Squee, Goblin Nabob, who is, I believe, red +1 for, I want to say 1/1. It's either a 1/1 or a 2/2, I forget which. Not relevant. And his ability, realistically, he is used as, for lack of a better word, a combo piece. He is used for decks that say, his ability is at the beginning of your upkeep, if he's in your graveyard, you may return him from your graveyard to your hand. That's it. No cost involved, just, no restrictions, just at the beginning of your upkeep, if he's in your graveyard, you may return to your hand. Okay. But he's like a 1/1 or a 2/2 for 3 mana. People don't use him for that. They use him as discard fodder. They use him as, something to discard towards a spell shaper ability, or something to discard towards um, zombie infestation, which says discard 2 cards, make a zombie token. Or historically, back in Vintage, back in the day, he would have been, you discard 3 copies of it to Bazaar of Baghdad, which is a land that doesn't produce mana but has an ability that says tap, draw 2, then discard 3. Well, if you discard 3 copies of Squee, you're going to get those back at the beginning of the next turn. So you drew 2 cards and didn't really get rid of any, because you still have that as fodder for future turns. I took a look at Squee and I'm going to go, you know what? I'm going to play him as an actual creature that people actually have to deal with. And if he dies, I'm going to return him back to my hand, because that way I bypass paying the commander tax. Step 1, throw some auras on him that can recur themselves. Step 2, add auras that can do a lot of, give a lot of power. And then step 3, add some auras that'll give him abilities that he can use, and also a size boost. Plus, it has some other creatures in there just in case things go wrong and I need other stuff to enchant. Fearsome Temper, for 3 mana giving +2/+2, is not bad. It's not exciting, but it's not bad. But it also gives the enchanted creature an additional ability. I can pay red +2, target creature can't block the creature that this is enchanting this turn. I am primarily only dealing with one creature that wants to attack, which is Squee. I throw like 3 or 4 auras on him. After a couple of turns, it's like I got 6 spare mana. I'm not really doing anything else with it. You can't, your biggest creature can't block him. Your next biggest creature can't block him. I attack with this. It's like a 9/9 or whatever. By that point, I was like, wait, okay, a block with this, and this. Okay, those die. Gonna get half my enchantments back. Squee goes to the graveyard. My next turn, I'm going to replay them, etc., etc., etc. So, TLDR. If you're looking at building some kind of Voltron deck, something where you want your commander to be able to get through for damage, it doesn't have to be Fearsome Temper itself, but consider a card like it. Rise to the challenge. 2 mana, gives +2/+0 and first strike till end of turn as an instant. I think there is stronger than this, but do not sleep on, if you're looking at this and going, this is the most important part of this card. Sorry, the second most important. The most important part is the fact that it's an instant. The second most important is that it gives first strike. You want 2 card types for something like this. You either want it to be an aura, or you want it to be an instant. If you're insisting on temporary pump spells, for whatever reason, instant. If you can find something that's just as efficient, or almost as efficient. I would say almost as efficient. And um and has flash and it's an aura, play that. Honestly, if it's got flash and it gives first strike and it's got any sort of size boost and it's around 2 or 3 mana, play that. I would pay an extra mana for an aura that does that with flash. Because that basically is like it's the perfect mix, and because it's an aura, it sticks around. And that's huge. And not giving a toughness boost is much less important because this is a thing that's relevant during combat. And if it's relevant during combat, first strike is what you want. So, consider, if you something like this. Actually, you know what? Control Shift T. What did I have? Claws of Valakut +1 for each mountain you control. It's a 3 mana spell. I'll probably have 3 mountains. And first strike. Who else gives first strike? Do I have anyone else that gives first strike? Lightning Talons +3/+0 and first strike. Spiteful Motives. Flash +3/+0 first strike. This, I am playing this. I'm paying 2 extra mana, but it's an aura, which means it sticks around. And it gives +3 power, not +2, which is, that makes a really, really big deal. Yeah, he's a 1/1. What about these guys? Did any of these guys do any of that? I don't think so. No. So yeah, I'm paying an extra 2 mana, but I'm getting an extra point of power, and it's an aura. I think that feels about right. If you want pump spells, like if you want as an instant, I probably wouldn't go any lower than 2 power with first strike. If it doesn't give first strike, then you actually legitimately care about a toughness boost. Because first strike helps it survive combat so many times, which is why an aura is so big, because it can survive multiple combats that way. Everflame Eidolon. 2 mana for 1/1, which gives enchanted creature +1. Bestows for only 1 extra mana, which is nice. And fire breathing on either itself or enchanted creature. I have no problem playing this as just a 2 mana 1/1 with fire breathing. I have no problem with this whatsoever. If it's later in the game and I've got a creature that's got flying or first strike or trample or any other evasive ability, spending 3 mana to put this on and give that fire breathing, I have no problem whatsoever. This is going to be close to the most efficient way that you can actually get. Oh, actually, I should throw this in that deck too. Actually, Control Shift T, just out of curiosity. 7, 11, 37, 36. I could probably cut a land. Probably. Either a land or a mana rock. I could probably cut one. I don't think I would go lower than that. I don't think I feel comfortable going lower than that. But I think I could cut one and throw Everflame Eidolon in. Because, again, this is like, it's an... Again, this helps bridge the gap between, you know, a creature and an aura. This kind of... I enchant my general with this. It's now got fire breathing and extra +1/+1. I'm gonna make a note of you. Where are you? Notepad++. Where are the... There you are. Everflame Eidolon from Born of the Gods. Squee. Alright, so that's done. Farragax Giant. 5 mana for a 3/3 tribute 2. When it enters, if tribute was not paid, 5 damage to each opponent. So, chances are, realistically, in most games, this is just going to be a 5 mana 5/5 giant. I mean, flavor-wise, it fits what it's trying to do. But it's not really gonna get there. It's just gonna be like a 5 mana 5/5 is fine. The first problem is when it comes out, you choose somebody and they'll be like, if you're playing it in like a normal kind of deck, they'll just be like, yeah, well, I'll take 5. If you're playing it in a burn deck, they'll just let you have it as a 5/5 creature and deal with it that way. At which point, then somebody goes, Murder, or Raven Form, or Beast Within, or, you know, Fisher, or whatever, and just go, cool, kill your creature. And not care. It'll be just like another random big creature in your deck. I do not see a good, sensible, reasonable way to play this. Because the deck where it makes the most sense, they'll just give it to you as a 5/5. Faded Conflagration. We didn't get a chance to go over the other Faded cards. Faded is a great cycle. Faded is a series of instants that give you a small bonus if you play on your turn. Faded Retribution is a 7 mana instant. Destroy all creatures and planeswalkers. If it's your turn, scry 2. Historically, people have said scry 2 is approximately equivalent to drawing a card because the amount that you can do with scrying 2. No synergies, just scrying 2 in and of itself is huge. And sure, it's like if you compare this to Route, okay? Route is 5 mana normally, 7 mana if you're casting it with Flash. 2 weight plus 4 as an instant. Sorry, 2 weight plus 5 as an instant. You're changing 1 over from colorless to white which by the time you hit 7 mana shouldn't be a big deal. You also hit all Planeswalkers. And if you cast it on your own turn, you will scry 2. You can do that after combat damage has been handled, before the end of turn, and go, hey, by the way, pop, 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 pop. And then scry 2 because you did it on your turn. The blue one, where are you? Faded Infatuation is only triple blue, which is an odd cost. Create a token that's a copy of target creature you control. If it's your turn, scry 2. 3 mana to copy a creature? Sure. How many people would not do that? Black is... Oh, yes. Black is Fated Return. Put target creature card from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. It gains indestructible. This is now a permanent effect. If it's your turn, scry 2. Also, back to paying 7 mana for it. Red gets Fated Conflagration. 3 red plus 1, 5 damage to target creature or planeswalker. If it's your turn, scry 2. I'll be honest, the number one reason I would want this card specifically is the scry 2. I'm in red. It has scry 2. Red does not get a lot of library manipulation, card draw, etc., etc. So scry 2 is actually kind of a big deal. But 5 damage to a creature or planeswalker. The best place to aim that is something that wants to take the damage. We're talking your Phyrexian Vindicators. We're talking your Anti-Venoms. You're talking your Brash Taunters and Stuffy Dolls and, stuff of that nature that gives you a benefit for it taking damage, or for damage trying to be dealt to it. Prevent that damage, and then, or it's indestructible, so it doesn't care about the damage. And Barbed Servitor. And then it redirects that damage elsewhere, or it instead gets +1/+1 counters, or whatever. Cards that actually want to be hit by this. If you're not playing, if those are the kind of cards that really want this, are cards that can combo with it. Satyr Nixmith. 3 mana for a 2/1 with haste. Feels a bit on the lower end, because it should be a 2/2 with haste in my opinion. But its inspired cost makes a little more sense. Whenever it comes untapped, you may pay 3 mana. If you do, you make a hasty 3/1 and elemental enchantment creature token. You untap this at the start of your turn. You pay 3 mana. you get a 3/1 with haste. You don't care. This is the sort of card that you want in a burn deck. Because you can regularly make 3/1 hasty token. You're spending a bit more than Lightning Strike. But you're making 3/1 hasty tokens, and they don't say you lose them at the end of turn. They stick around. So if you're going for a burn deck, watch for cards like this. Impetuous Sunchaser. Oh, I love this thing. 2 mana for 1/1 flying haste, attacks each combat if able. This just might be, for red, at least at common, the best cheap flyer that actually has power to it. Because you can get cheaper, but, you know, there'll be like 0/1s or 0/2s or whatever. I take a look at this, and if I'm like, I want to build a mono red aggro deck for, like, Pauper, let's say. I want to build a mono red aggro deck based around cheap flyers. Throw some dangerous auras on them and just smack my opponent's face off, you know, for like, you know, I want like this and Champion of the Flame, I think it is, in my 2-drop slot, you know, which gets +2/+2. I think it's a 1/1 trample. Gets like +2/+2 for each aura attached to him. And just go to town and just not care. Throw some red auras on. And this being a hasty flyer, sure, has to attack each turn of Fable. Okay, I'll throw a couple of auras on him. I'm swinging for 6 in the air. Chunk. You know, your creatures, when you're looking at Pauper, and yes, I'm specifically referring to Pauper here, barring like Eldrazi Titans, most of your creatures are kind of small, like 2/2-ish. When you're looking at like Mono Blue Terror or something like that, you're looking around 5/5, 6, 6/5 thereabouts. And you got Gurmag Angler, which is a 5/5. And then after that, you're looking realistically at like 8/8s and 8/9s, and that's it. It is unusual to go like, it's like stat wise, small creature, healthy sized creature, really big creature. There's these gaps in between, like 3/3s and 4/4s don't exist, and 6/6s and 7/7s don't exist. You'll get the very rare one that is, but otherwise it's like thunk, think, eh. Yeah, sound effects, deal with it. Impetuous Sunchaser, you throw a couple of enchantments on, you have a... Yeah, getting hit for 6 off a single creature is kind of a big deal. Heaven forbid you find a way to get this thing first strike and or trample. Then even if they've got stuff like Tillerian Terror to deal with it, it's like... Yeah. As for Commander, I don't know how I would build this. I think I would still want to be building on a similar premise, but kind of like how you want to go from instants to auras when you're going from like a normal 60 card format to to commander, I feel like going from like the analogy here would be going from auras to global enchantments. So things like the Paragon that I mentioned earlier. I forget what it was called. Paragon. Paragon of Fierce Defiance. um, Paragon of Fierce Defiance, your uh, Gauntlet of Power, you know, anything of that nature at all that gives all your creatures some kind of pump and playing that style. ID red. Oh, creatures you control get minus type instant. Actually, no, minus O colon until end of turn. It's a human soldier. So Eldrazi Monument would work. Fire Nation's Conquest would work. Flowstone Surge potentially. Goblin Oriflamme. Instigator Gang. Iron Man, Tony Stark. Memorial Team Leader. Orcish Oriflamme. Power Boost. Quest for the Goblin Lord. Street Riot. Sword of the Parents, maybe. Immortal Sun, yes. Warhorn and War Effort. Yeah, Immortal Sun is going to be huge in that because it is the rare card that will affect all your creatures that will actually give a toughness boost. Now there may be others that I overlooked because I was looking for stuff that affected creatures you control. What does Gauntlet of Power do? Gauntlet of Power. Creatures of the chosen color get. Affects everybody. Alright, good to know. So a lot of the cards I'm thinking of will probably be creatures of the chosen color. But yeah, I would, if I'm playing Impetuous Sunchaser, I would probably build based on that premise. Bolt of Keranos. This is 1 mana more than... This is a red mana more than Volcanic Hammer. And it gives Scry 1. You're going, wait, what? If you're familiar at all with Lightning Strike or Searing Spear, Volcanic Hammer was the same card as a sorcery. In other words, take Lightning Bolt, make it cost an extra mana, and then on top of that, make it a sorcery instead of an instant. What? Bolt of Keranos adds a red mana to that just to give you Scry 1. You should only play this if the Scry is really important to you. It's 3 damage to any target, but it's 3 mana to do so. And any 3 mana spell that's only doing 3 damage needs to be worth it, because I'll tell you right now, as a sorcery, you're 1 mana short of casting Aftershock, which will kill any creature. Your primary target for this in most games are creatures. Why would you play Bolt of Keranos? You are playing this because you really want the scry. At that point, find other effects that do it. And 3 mana for 3 damage is especially as a sorcery, is a bad deal. You should be getting 4 or 5. You should, unless you have a really, really good reason for it, you should be getting more damage than what you spent to cast it. Shock and its variants give you 2 damage for 1 mana as an instant. Lightning Strike and its variants give you 3 damage for 2 mana. At 3 mana, you should be looking at cards like Char, or Flame Javelin, or stuff of that nature that are doing 4, sometimes even 5 damage for 3 mana as an instant. And even as a sorcery, you should probably be looking at 5 mana. You should be looking at least at 4. And I don't accept this only to a target creature at that point. No, I'm spending that much mana. If I'm only hitting a creature, it should kill the creature. It should not maybe kill the creature. It should kill the creature. It should be, Aftershock et al. So, yeah. Kragma Butcher. 3 mana, 2/3. Whenever it becomes untapped, gets +2/+0 till end of turn. Which, under normal circumstances, assumes that this means on your turn, this is a 4/3. It's okay. It's slightly below, it's slightly above the curve in that context. If you have additional ways to untap this, this can get a lot bigger really fast. Keep in mind, it only changes its power, not its toughness. However, red is also the color of effects like Fling. So you could find additional ways to untap this, make it get really huge, and then go throw it at somebody. Who cares about attacking? I'm going to go straight for the face. Spend a couple additional mana, and they take, 30 damage, or whatever. So, I see that I'm basically looking at, like, combo potential. Green cards. Cetassin Starbreaker. 4 mana for a 2/1. When it enters, you may destroy target aura. First of all, it says may. You don't have to. Second, it's only destroy target aura. I'm sorry, are you saying for 4 mana, I get to blow up a 2/1? Sorry, I get a 2/1 that only blows up a handful of things? Reclamation Sage. Not proper legal. However, 3 mana, I get a 2/1, enters, naturalize. I could see 3 mana, when it enters, you may destroy target enchantment. Target aura? I know. Oh, I'm a derpicorn. Okay. You know why they say you may destroy target aura? So you don't kill enchantment creatures, because that would basically turn around and say you may just. That would basically give green, you may destroy target creature. That will still take out stuff that's got bestow a lot easier, but I think that might be a bit safer. That being said, I think making it a 2-1 is too weak. That should have gone for at least a 2-2. A 2-2, I could have seen. I think a 2-1 is too weak for this. But I think only hitting auras is understandable, because you don't want to tread on what black can do, considering how many enchantment creatures would be in the block. So, but yeah, I don't. If you really want this effect in a format like Commander, you want something like Reclamation Sage, or you want something like Thrashing Brontodon, or something of that nature that lets you sack it to destroy, sack it for disenchant. Are any of you common? No, none of you are common. That'll be the easiest way to do it. Yeah, Caustic Caterpillar. Wow. You're more than a quarter. That surprises me. I mean, I shouldn't be really surprised, but... Undergrowth Leopard. 22 cents. Wow. Yeah, I guess it makes sense. Voracious Varmint. Yeah. Wait, what's the difference between these? 2 mana for 2/2 Vigilance. 1 sack. It's the exact same card, except this is literally a varmint. And this is a cat. And this is 11 cents. This is 22. Because this is a cat, this is a creature type people care about. Yeah. Two mana for 2/2 Vigilance. Yeah. I would... For Commander, if I'm playing on a budget, play the Voracious Varmint in a heartbeat over this. Unless you have, like, metagame reasons for playing the Starbreaker. Yeah, don't. Mischief and Mayhem, 5 mana, sorcery. Up to 2 target creatures each get +4/+4 till end of turn. The problem... Okay, so... The first problem here is that this is the same mana value as Overrun, which gives slightly less size boost, but it gives it to all your creatures, and also gives trample. The second is that Overrun is 1 mana short of, is it Earthshaker Giant, I think? Earthshaker Giant. Which is also easier to cast. Compare Mischief and Mayhem, which is green +4, sorcery, +4/+4 twice. This is 2 green +4, 6/6 trample. When it enters, your other creatures +3/+3 and trample till end of turn. For an extra green mana, your entire team gets +3/+3. If you have 3 or more creatures, if you've got 3 creatures, this is +9, this is +8. This also gives them all trample, which is not necessarily a given. So, if you're looking for stuff, the only reason, I think the big reason I would play this is if I had a very low creature count in my deck to begin with. But at that point, I should probably be playing stuff that only affects one creature, because that's more likely to be realistic. At which point, 5 mana I should be getting like +7/+7, +8/+8, something silly. This is like the lightning bolt argument. You should be getting more damage than what you spend on the spell. You should be getting a bigger pump than what you spend on the spell. O colon. ID equal green. Press the advantage. I think I would prefer, because it's an instant. It only is +2/+2, but it's an instant and gives trample as well. When this or another tree folk enters, +2/+2 and trample, and it's on a 5/6. What if I just sort by color? Oh, wow, if you're playing white, oh, that's in your party. Yeah, +2/+2 is giving giving +2 power is not difficult. Giving +2 power is not difficult. Giving anything more than that is hard. So yeah, Mischief and Mayhem might be a necessity if you're only going to hit like 1 or 2 creatures. But again, at that point, you do 1 and you give like +6 power or whatever. Yeah. Culling Mark. Target creature blocks this turn if able. That's it. Hey, you have to block this turn. Okay. Not an effect that's worth it on like an effect like that is better as like some kind of activated ability, even if it's not a creature that has to like tap or sack itself to do it. That's a much better effect. Felhide Spiritbinder Raiders, 6 mana for 5/5. Whenever it becomes untapped, you can pay 3 for 2/2. For a 3/3 Centaur. It's good, and again, like you're in green. If you're in, if you're in something like Simic, and you've got the ability to, you've got like Intruder Alarm or something like that, you can make infinite Centaur tokens. I would prefer the blue version that spits out 2/2 flyers. It's going to require more effort, but I would prefer that. Well, yeah, it would require more effort. But Felhide Spiritbinder Raiders, if you've got, a handful of mana dorks of any sort, as long as one of them taps for green, 1 or 2 of them tap for green, yeah, this is just and an intruder alarm, you go, cool. I'm going to make an infinite number of centaurs. By the way, I'm playing green. So, you know, it's not completely out of the realm of possibility. I've got a way to give my stuff haste till end of turn, or just give them haste, period. By the way, this is also a thing I can do before I draw for turn. Hero of Lena Tower. She's kind of silly. Actually, for a format like Commander, Hero of Lena Tower is kind of hilarious. Because most cards that have heroics that put counters on their stuff put one. A couple of them might put two. You can pay an additional X to put X plus one counters on her. What? So you go Giant Growth and pay an extra, say, 3 mana. And then she's going to be a 1/1 with 3 plus 1 counters on her, plus 3 till end of turn. So that, which means that this is a card that actually can scale in Commander. Like late in the game, sure, she's only a 1/1, but on the next turn, she can easily be like a 5/5 or whatever, just from targeting her with like 1 or 2 things. Usually 1 thing, and then like a bunch of counters to add on. Also, Aura's target when you cast them, don't forget that. Fated Intervention, the green one of the cycle. 3 green plus 2, make 2 3/3 centaurs. So for 5 mana, you make 6 power worth of bodies at instant speed, and if it's your turn, scry 2. Perfectly good, perfectly serviceable. Almost every single Fated card. I think the only one I did not really like was the red one because it deals damage. It deals damage to, like, it's not. If it was 5 damage to any target, I'd be a lot happier. But because it's only 2 creatures or planeswalkers, I'm kind of meh. Nessun Demlock. 5 mana for 3/3 Tribute 3. When it enters, if tribute wasn't paid, destroy target non-creature permanent. You're always going to have a target. Oh, non-creature permanent. So the funny thing about this is, if tribute wasn't paid, you get to blow up something that's not a creature. But you're in green. Which also means that after it comes into play, once that's been dealt with, you can also go, hey, by the way, I'm going to fight you now. Or I'm going to bite you now. And kill a creature as well. You can kill a creature and a not creature because this is a creature. Yes, it requires a separate card. But it's asking you to blow up a non-creature permanent, which is... creatures are things that green already has a not terrible way of dealing with stuff, dealing with in the first place. So this is anything else that it's less less able to deal with. Artifact, enchantment, land, planeswalker, battle. Anything that's not a creature that's in play. Bye. So yeah, and of course you can, it is an ETB. And this is an ETB you're going to want. And this is something where you can choose some... Again, you can politic your way around it. And you can cheat your politicking around it. And you can go... Alright, well, if you don't pay the tribute, I'll target that. If I don't pay the tribute, you target that. Yep. Okay. I won't pay the tribute. Cool. Ability on the stack. Activate Lithophore Mansion. Copy the target. I'm also going to blow up that. Wah, 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 wah. So yeah, you can muck around with shite that way. Fairy's Band Trumper. 3/3 whenever it becomes untapped, put a +1 counter on it. Again, you're in green. The other color that finds relatively easy ways to untap their creatures. Blue was probably number 1, and I would say green is number 2, but green isn't far behind. They're pretty, blue is good at untapping target permanent. Green is good at untapping lands, occasionally creatures. So I think they're about even-ish. I'd have to look into the specifics, but I think they're about even-ish. Yeah, whenever it becomes untapped. Funny thing is, some stuff that turns around and goes, hey, by the way, give this X boost. Also untaps it. Let's go mana value less than 3. Sort by mana value. Arachnoid Adaptation. Good example. Target creature gets +2/+2 and gains reach till end of turn. Untap it. So it's a 3/3. It gets a +1/+1 counter for being targeted, which means it's a 4/4. When this resolves, it's now a 6/6 with reach. That, after the combat, is now still a 4/4. Etc. Etc. A lot of these give reach. Wow. Bull strength instead gives a trample. As the iron bars of the portcullis parted like reeds, the defenders of the keep suddenly felt much less secure. Gee, I wonder why. Crunch! Yeah. So yeah, you play cards like that and that say, hey, by the way, untap me. And, give me a pump or whatever. And it's like, yeah, no big deal. It's fine. It's fine. Sky Reaping. 2 mana sorcery. Damage equal to each creature with flying equal to your devotion to green. I generally do not recommend a card like this that only deals damage to flying creatures. However, I think I allowed this as I think I would be okay with this as an exception because it's each creature with flying. And that makes a difference because a lot of the cards that I see that deal damage to flying creatures only hit one specific. I think that's the name of the card I'm thinking of. Oh, Shredding Wings. 3 mana instant from the previous set. 7 damage target creature with flying. If you're paying 3 mana, why are you not just destroy target creature with flying? 7 mana still will not kill some flyers that people actually play. It'll hurt. It'll kill a lot of them. But there's still some flyers that it just won't, it won't be enough. 3 mana, you should have destroy target creature with flying. 2 mana, you should probably have destroy target creature with flying, at least at sorcery speed. However, deals damage to each creature with flying equal to your devotion to green. You're playing green. If you were something to ask about devotion to green, you should be paying heavy green. You should be probably playing not more than 2 colors, and green should be like a large component of it. 60-40, 70-30, somewhere in that range probably. Because you want your devotion to green to be healthy. You want it to be enough to actually make stuff like this do stuff. Well, in that case, you'll probably have, by the time you realistically cast this, let's do some quick math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think it's not unreasonable by the time you cast this, you should have devotion of somewhere in the ballpark of 7. Because this is a card that you don't play right away. This is a card that you're going to hold on to for a couple of turns. Even if you do draw it early. You don't play this on turn 2 to only hit a couple of creatures. You hold on to this until you feel you need to. It's the sort of thing where you want to try and get as much value as you reasonably can. Wait till you've got a few things in play. People have had a chance to build up their boards and stuff like that. Then you play Sky Reaping. Knock all but maybe the biggest stuff out of the sky. And just go thunk. Well, you survive, but you're at 1 hit point. And then you do something like Leaf Arrow or something like that. Or, Okay, I don't know. I'll Hurricane for 3. No, I'll Hurricane for 5. Everyone takes 5. That also dies. And then you attack with your ground beasties. But yes, you hold this until you've got a healthy amount of devotion out, and go from there. Again, would not generally recommend something that only deals damage to flyers. I'm sure I've got the wrong card. Oh yeah. No, that's exactly the right card I'm thinking of. Whirlwind. Destroy all creatures with flying. Is there a more efficient card than you? Nope, but there is a second card that has a similar ability. Whiptongue Hydra. 6 mana for 4/4 with reach. When it enters, destroy all flyers. And for each creature destroyed this way, you put a +1 counter on the Hydra. Yeah. So, if you don't have a healthy amount of green in your deck, like if your deck isn't more than half green to the point where you're questioning whether or not you would have enough green devotion, if you are iffy about that, don't play Sky Reaping, play Whirlwind instead. If you're in something like Elves, go ahead. Wait until people have deployed a fair amount and you're starting to get a bit antsy about whether or not you'll be able to attack, cast your Sky Reaping, clear the skies, start attacking. Snake of the Golden Grove, 5 mana for 4/4 tribute 3. When it enters, if the tribute wasn't paid, gain 4 life. I'm going to assume in most cases people are just going to say, yeah, I'm not going to pay tribute, and you're going to gain 4 life. Honestly, that is probably the best way to think about this card in general. People are rarely going to allow you to make this into a 7/7. Oh, by the way, you're in green, the color that handles multiplying +1 counters the easiest. So this could end up accidentally being like a 10/10 or whatever instead. No, I'm not going to pay tribute. You can gain 4 life. It's not terror bad, but if you're looking for that, Control C, O colon paste. ID equal G. Honey Mammoth gives you a 6/6 for an extra green. Migrating Ketrodon gives you a 6/6 with reach for and cycling. Obstinate Baloth, you get a 4/4. That is somebody makes you discard it. You get into play. Ravenous Lindworm gets you a 6/6 for so basically ignore the Baloth. These other 3 basically do the same thing, except the Ketrodon does more. The Baloth is your least expensive version of this. Yeah, if you want it for the life gain, you've got at least 4 other options, and you can probably... You know what? Let's do this. And then mana value equal 5. You can get a... Oh. What's reasonable? Because we were looking at a... We were looking at 4 life. Pummeler Farhar is the same size, Vigilance, Reach, Ward 2, and it's going to gain you at least 4 life, because when it enters, gain X life, where X is the greatest power among giants you control. This is a 5/4 trample. It only gains you 3 life. Oh, this Thragtusk, which is 5 life, and when it leaves the battlefield, gain 3, or make a 3/3. Workshop Poor Chief tries to be another Thragtusk. Tim Turnber Ascetic, you only gain 3 life, but it's a 5/4. I think you've got enough cards that are that range or comparable, and you don't have to worry about not getting your you'll just have a better card. Charging Badger, you have a 1 mana 1/1 trample. Why do you want a 1 mana 1/1 trample? Well, 1, it's a badger. Badger, 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 badger. Yeah. You want this because it's a cheap creature that you can give other pumps to, like just size pumps. It already has a good useful ability. It already has a good useful ability. All you need is, you know, some kind of, creatures you control get +X/+X. There's some overrun effects that aren't as aren't generally as good as Overrun because they don't give trample. Oh, what's that one that's got Convoke? uh, Overwhelm. Creatures you control get +3/+3 till end of turn. You have something like that. You've got a 1/1 trample. You know, cards of that nature, or that have some other cost reduction going on or whatever. It already has trample. It's going to push through a lot. So you could. It's the sort of thing that you can build around. Setessa Noseborn. Whenever you cast a spell that targets this, put 2/+1 counters on it. You play this on turn. Hypothetically, you play this on turn 3. You bestow something for 4. It gives, let's say, +2/+2. It's going to get 2/+1 counters because you cast something that targeted it. So that's already 3/3. So then it's a 5/5. Are you building around spells that target your creatures and wanting to be fairly aggressive? Something along the lines of a commander version of, like, there's that deck in Standard right now that runs whatchamacallit, that's got plot, Slick Shot Show Off or whatever it's called, and you attack with that and you throw some pump spells on it, and maybe you fling it for lethal. That sort of deck. If you're doing like a commander version of that, something like, cards like this, especially ones that give 2/+1 counters. Again, you replace the pump spells, the instant pump spells with auras, and you use cards like this as your base, and they're going to last a lot longer. I think that's where I would go with that. And now, let's see here. ID. Nope. Mine's color gold. ID gold. Mine's color C. There we go. 4 cards that have a multicolor identity that are technically monocolored. Sterncaller of Keranos. Oh my god, such a good card. 1 red, 2 other for 2/2 with haste, which is perfectly serviceable. It's about what you want to be seeing. Blue +1, scry 1. You don't need a lot of blue in your deck to make this worthwhile. You also don't need a lot of red in your deck to make this worthwhile. Just the ability to, like, every turn or a couple of times the turn cycle, go scry, 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 and find the kind of cards that you're looking for. So much easier. Needs to see more play. Akron Phalanx. If you're in Boros, you should, and you're going for any sort of actual aggro deck, you should be looking at this card and going, huh. Which also means I might want to make a note of it. Where are you here? There it is. Akron Phalanx. Um, because the 3/3 vigilance is nice. You know, that's not it's not what's the word I'm looking for? Like it's a size and ability, whatever. That's fine. Red +2 creatures you control get +1/+0 till end of turn. You're in Boros, chances are good you're going to have a reasonable amount of first strike. This is kind of a big deal when suddenly you go and pay 3 mana and all your creatures get a buff. I think that's a pretty decent card. You're in Boros, you're in something aggro-ish, you should be looking into Crow and Phalanx. Oduno's River Trawler, 3 mana for 2/2 when it enters. Return target enchantment creature card from your graveyard to your hand. A little snug on what it can affect. Pay white and sack it. Return target enchantment creature card from your graveyard to your hand. You have to run enough enchantment creatures, obviously, to make it worthwhile. That being said, enchantment creature, and then order EDH rec. Dryad of the Elysian Grove, the Enduring Creatures, the Gods, Sanctum Weaver, Spring Heart and Untucko, Adelana Blossom, Spirited Companions. He's playing a lot of things. Destiny Spinners, Sithis, obviously. Nyx Bloom Ancient. Like, here's the interesting thing. The cards people overlook that are enchantments. Dryad of the Elysian Grove. Springheart and Untucko. Spirited Companion. Arasta, Nyx Bloom Ancient. Corsair Crewfix. Maybe the summons, not so sure about that one. Shigeki. Fate Unraveler. Nyx Weaver, probably. Maybe the archetypes. The Mind Skidder. I didn't realize that was an enchantment creature. Waybreak Hippocamp. FOMO and the like are enchantment creatures. Transcendent Envoy is also an enchantment creature? Like, some of these are, like, pretty obviously so just looking at them. Not from, like, the kind of border they've got, but, like, the gods, yes, they're enchantment creatures. Stuff of that nature. Or the overlords, or the overlords, the archetypes, anything that's got bestow, etc., are pretty obviously enchantments. Dockside Chef. Never would have thought it was an enchantment creature. Never would have come to me. But some of them, like Spirited Companion, who would expect Spirited Companion to be an enchantment creature? So maybe depending on the way your deck is designed, this actually has more use than it's. I would assume this to be in a 3-color deck. But, you know, not unreasonable. And then Grave Robber Spider, it's Giant Spider, but for black +3, +X till end of turn. X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard, only once each turn. I will point out, Grave Robber Spider, if I'm considering an effect like Giant Spider, and I'm already in, and I'm adding black to it anyway for whatever reason. A good example might be my 3 tickets to the Zoo Please deck. If that deck wants stuff to be animals. This is a very large animal. It's a supersized animal, but it's just an animal. Creatures go to my graveyard. Okay. It's a thing that happens. I don't remember having anything in that deck at all that can recur them. So pay 4. Okay. I just... Oh, it gets +6/+6? Apparently? Cool. I'm blocking with an 8/10. The first couple of times it'll be surprising. Alright. Gold cards. Now, the top 5 of the top 6 cards are gods. I think we can largely leave the... Well, we can go through them real quick. Farah is Azorius. At the beginning of each upkeep, if a creature entered the previous turn, like the previous player's turn, draw a card. Xenagos, creatures you control, basically, you can tap your creatures to mill somebody based on the toughness of that creature. So Phoenix is a 4/7. So once he's a creature, you can tap him and mill somebody for 7. Karametra, whenever you cast a creature spell, you can tutor up a forest or plains tapped and shuffle. Mogus, being of each opponent's upkeep, they either have to sack a creature or take 2 damage. And Xenagos, being of combat on your turn, another creature you control gains haste and +X/+X till end of turn, where X is that creature's power. So, if you target a 6/6 creature, well, it's got 6 power, so it's going to get +6/+6 and haste. Fnatic Xenagos, we already discussed that earlier. It's a 3 mana, 3/3 trample. Most people will be happy enough right there, just leave it there. It has tribute of 1. So your opponent can either put a +1 counter on it. If they choose not to pay tribute, this is a 4/4 trample haste till end of turn. Or it's a permanent 4/4 trample. It's either a 4/4 trample haste now and a 3/3 trample later, or it's a 4/4 trample permanently. Your opponent has to decide. It's still a decent enough creature. I'd be happy enough playing it just assuming it's a 3/3 trample, and then whatever happens after that, it's fine. Reap what its own. Green +white +1. Put a +1 counter on each of up to 3 target creatures. So, each creature that gets targeted only gets a single counter. You can choose up to 3 things, but each one only gets a single counter. No, not Seeds of Strength. Is it Common Bond? It's similar to Common Bond. Where are you? Open a Scryfall Tagger. Seeds of Strength. 1 green. Yeah. If you're considering playing that, play Seeds of Strength first. It has 3 oh no, sorry, not Seeds of Strength. Reap what is sown. There we go. Pledge of Unity. As long as you've got at least 3 creatures, which is really what you want from Reap What Is Sown, because you're targeting 3 creatures. Same cost, instant. Put a +1 counter on each creature you control. You gain 1 life for each creature today, or for each creature you control. Huh. Yeah, Pledge of Unity, you play that first. Leo's Guidance. Leo's Guidance is basically Reap What Is Sown, but you only need white to cast it. It's white +2. But you also get to untap the creatures. So if you're considering playing Reap What Is Sown, those are the 2 cards you want to be playing first. As far as Enlightenment, 1 white, 1 blue, 1 other. When it enters, put a +1 counter on enchanted creature. Enchanted creature has flying. Whenever a creature you control enters, you may return this aura to owner's hand. What that means is that every time another creature enters, you can bring this back to hand, enchant something else, which now gives that thing flying until you want this bounce back again. And it's the creature that you cast this on is still getting another +1 counter. So you can also do this multiple times, so you can have this bounce back and forth on the same creature if you want and keep putting additional counter on it. Do be advised, if you're doing something like that, you want to be able to create 1 creature at a time. Have that resolved, recast, then make another creature, etc., etc. Siren of the Silent Song. Well, that sounds weird. Zombie Siren? Woohoo. 3 mana for a 2/1 flyer. When it becomes untapped, each opponent discards a card, then each opponent mills a card. Again, you're going to want ways to tap and untap this thing. And again, this only affects opponents. And, I mean, some people hate playing against mill because they don't quite understand that a card that's milled is a card that you're not getting to, so it might as well have been on the bottom of your library, etc., etc. They haven't learned that yet. Ragemonger. 1 black, 1 red, 1 other for 2/3. You're playing this in Minotaurs. Don't forget, you can changelings also count. Minotaur spells you cast cost red and black less to cast. Only affects the amount of colored mana you pay. It's a 2/3 for 3. It's a harder 2/3 for 3, but the next Minotaur that you cast is going to be easier to cast because it's either going to reduce the cost by a red or a black, or if you're lucky, it has both in it and you reduce both. Minotaurs. Minotaur, Tor, Minotaur, Tor, Minotaur, Tor. I want to see any other. Oh, Kragma Warcaller. is a 5 mana 2/3 that gives Minotaurs haste. So this is going to be a 3-drop. Whenever a Minotaur you control attacks, +2/+0 to land a turn. Merciless Javenier, it's a 4/2, so this is just going to be a 2-drop, etc., etc. Chromanticore, Woodburg to cast, Woodburg +2 to bestow, so only 2 more to bestow. It's a 4/4 that gives Flying, Flurry Strike, Vigilance, Trample, and Lifelink. And gives Enchanted Creature the same things. The number one reason people play this card is in Keyword Soup. What's Keyword Soup? This has got 5 different keywords on it. Let's go back a few years. Let's go back to Lorwyn. Cairn Wanderer, 4/4. As long as a creature card with flying is in a graveyard, this creature has flying. The same is true for Fear, First Strike, Double Strike, Death Touch, Haste, Landwalk, Lifelink Protection, Reach, Trample, Shroud, and Vigilance. Flying, First Strike, Vigilance, Trample, Lifelink. Whoops. Flying, First Strike, haste, trample, vigilance, and lifelink. So, if you have a Cairn Wanderer and Chromanticore is in your graveyard, it's a 4/4 with all these abilities. There are decks that care about that sort of thing. Some of them use cards like Audric, Lunar Marshal. At the beginning of combat, creatures you control gain first strike kill end of turn if you control a creature with first strike. The same is true for this list. Well, if you have this in play, all your creatures are going to get all these abilities. Keyword Soup is basically boils down to I want my creatures to have multiple abilities because it allows me to share them somehow. It's not a thing that you see a lot of, but it is a known quantity. And Chromanticore, if you're playing 5-color, is great in that deck. There's also Zatalpa. Often ends up in a deck like that. Flying, Double Strike, Vigilance, Trample, Indestructible. A modernized version of Keyword Soup is going to play a card like Zatalpa because it's going to have things like Indestructible that weren't listed before. So, Cure the Crashing Wave. 4 mana, 2 loyalty, +1. Till your next turn, prevent all damage to be dealt to and dealt by target permanent an opponent controls. Fog/gaseous form. -1, draw a card. You may play an additional land this turn. -5, you get an emblem with, at the beginning of your end step, create a 9/9 blue Kraken creature token. It's only a -5, but even with Doubling Season, she starts off with 2 loyalty. Doubling Season would bring her to 4. You'd still need a +1 her, or get her an additional loyalty some other way. And then you could actually use her ultimate. This is a card that would require a fair amount of effort to get her up to the point where you can actually, it's only a -5, but it's a hard -5 to get to. Otherwise, you're looking at starting off with 2, turn 1, 3, turn 2, 4, turn 3, 5, turn 4, cash it in. And that's counting from the turn you play here. So yeah. And then last one on here, Kiora's Follower, green plus blue, 2/2, tap, untap another target permanent. You are going to want this for a lot of things. You know, you could, like, it's, if you don't mind your creatures entering tapped, you know, again, Intruder Alarm helps here. Kiki Jiki. You know, Kiki Jiki, using that to tap, well, make a token of it. Actually, no, that doesn't even work because tap to untap that, but you don't need to because you made a token, so that's already going to untap stuff. So this, you know, Kiki Jiki plus Intruder Alarm, you can make a copy of anything, and it doesn't matter. Alright. Artifacts. Type artifact. Pillar of War. 3 mana for a 3/3 defender. As long as it's enchanted, it can attack as though it didn't have defender. If you're looking for building a deck vaguely along lines of like my mono red one, where you want something else that's to throw enchantments on, this is a, you know, it's a viable option. I prefer Thran Golem because for 2 more mana, it's the same size, but A, it doesn't have defender. B, it gets 3 keywords and +2/+2 just for having an enchantment thrown on it. Kind of a big deal. Pillar of War, if you want another card vaguely along that line at all, and maybe you're in a color that doesn't give you good options. I just had a silly idea. Aura C:(C). Only 2. Okay. There's only 2 auras. Actually, C equals C. It's still going to do the same thing because these 3. Oh. No, ID. Yeah. It's only these 2. So doing it colorless isn't going to work. Maybe if you want something blue. I don't know. Again, leave that as an exercise for the viewer. But yeah, so if you want another something vaguely along lines of Thran Golem, but something easier to cast, Pillar of War might be okay. Siren Songlyre, 2 mana equipment. Equip creature has pay 2 tap. Tap target creature. Equips for 2. It's fine. I mean, it would be fine for limited, but it doesn't really. For a format like Commander, you might as well just play something that that lets you tap target creature. Icy Manipulator et al. Icy Manipulator, Crown of the Empire, stuff of that nature. Gorgon's Head. If you are just looking for ways to give your stuff Death Touch, Gorgon's Head is fine. Basilisk Color is usually the first place people want to go. If you can't pin that down and Death Touch is important to you, Gorgon's Head is serviceable. There are other cards that work similarly, but Gorgon's Head will be fine. Hero's Podium, 5 mana artifact. Each legendary creature you control gets +1/+1 for each other legendary creature you control. So obviously a legendary matters deck for this. X tap, look at the top X of your library. You may reveal a legendary creature card from among them, put in your hand, put the rest on the bottom in a random order. So I pay 5, let's say, 5 tap. I look at the top 5, I grab a legendary creature from them, the rest get shuffled and put on the bottom. I mean, oh my. Oh dear. That's a problem. Sorry, distracted throws distracted news at 11. But yes, Hero's Podium. If you're playing Legendary Matters and you want some kind of card advantage, it's perfectly serviceable. Astral Cornucopia. As far as I remember, the first card that cost 3 times X to cast. This is rarity because the only other card I can think of off the top of my head that does that, and I'm not saying it's the only one, it's the only one I can think of, is Doppelgang. Triple X enters with X charge counters. Tap, choose a color. Add 1 mana of that color for each charge counter on this artifact. So, if you did X equal 1, then it taps for 1 mana of any color. If you did X equal 2, which means you spent 6 mana. So for 1 mana, you got an expensive mana. You got Manalith at a high rarity. For X equal 2, you paid 6 mana, you got a Gilded Lotus that you spent an extra mana on. If you did X equal 3, sorry, no, X equal 2, you got, like, you cast 1 more than Gilded Lotus, but you got 1 less mana. I can't think of what that would be. X equals 3, you spent 9 on Gilded Lotus. But we have stuff like Proliferate to play with. We have cards like Core Tapper to play with. We have a whole bunch of ways of putting additional counters on this thing. So realistically, you probably shouldn't spend more than X equal 1 or X equal 2 on this, and just find other ways to continually increase it. If you're considering playing with Astral Cornucopia in your mana base, as one of your artifacts, consider Karn's Bastion in your mana base. And then for the last part, 3 lands, 3 temples. We all know how they work. They're just 3 that didn't show up last week, and the remaining 2 will show up next episode. And that is it, everyone. That is actually a shorter stream than usual. Yay! I can do it! I can do it! I can do it! So, that means next week will be, let's see here, Journey into Nyx. Whoops. Oh. I have to do this first. Oh yes, the Land of Mana Confluence. And a lot of dangerous cards. The Dictates come here. Banishing Light came here? Wow. Eidolon of Frederick. Next Fleece Ram, I remember that being a big thing in Standard. Keranos, yep. Eidolon of the Great Revel, Worst Fears. Yeah, that... Oh man, If you put worst fears on a Panoptic Mirror, I'm going to sell you on eBay. And on that note, we'll catch you all next week. Pasta La Pizza, everyone. Adios. Bye.